Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that Canson Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that Canson Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts. keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that Canson Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that Canson Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of dark
Well, good morning. We are judging the 2023 Australian Photographic Prize, the commercial category, and it is proudly sponsored by Epson. And I just happen to have a couple of Epson printers. My name is Peter Eastway, and I'm going to be your panel mentor for this season, for this session. I'm not quite too sure about the term mentor, but we'll get over that, won't we? So a few housekeeping guidelines. I'm reading from a script for those of you in video land. The bathrooms. Please not inside here, they would be outside somewhere. Secondly, if you've got your phone on, check your phone is on silent. For those, we've got maybe 7,000 people here in the auditorium watching the judging live, so if you could turn off your telephones. At home, that is optional. Our judging panel consists of, we've got a whole lot of people here, so I'm going to read them all out so that we've got them. We've got a New Zealander, Johannes van Kaan. He's going to... He's bowing. We've got Faro Yavari, we've got David Glazebrook, sorry mate, Jackie Dean, Steve Scaloni, molto bene, grazie Stevie, I see, and we've got Paul Dodd and even Andy Campbell over there who are in reserve. So that's fantastic. Now the commercial category, commercial entries are images created for commercial clients to promote a product or company, including advertising, fashion, still life, food, architecture, and corporate photography. Text graphics are not allowed, but a 25-word description of the commercial use of the image is allowed. We understand that not many photographers have provided a caption, but when a caption has been provided, it will be read out by Naomi, our scribe. Okay, composite and non-composite images as well as highly manipulated images are allowed because we all know that truth in advertising has nothing to do with the realities of life. However, all components must have been created by the photographer. In other words, I'm assuming you can't use ChatGPT and AI and that sort of stuff to create it. The prize is an Epson SCP-906 printer, of which I happen to also have one. It is a fantastic printer. And I wouldn't do this advert for Epson unless I was also an Epson ambassador. But there we go. Okay, so we're going to bring up the first image where all of the judges, for those in radio land, are just showing the organisers that they don't have connection on their phones at the moment. So we have very modern systems here where we have phones to do the judging. And some people are ready and some people are not. Okay.
You got 2 out of 5.
I got 2 out of 5. Well, that's pretty good for me.
How will it look then?
So refresh your screens, maybe.
So are we ready to click on the first image then? Because it won't come up until we click on it.
Okay, so we're ready to judge. Yes, is that what you asked me?
Yes.
Excuse me, Naomi. Could we have the first print, please? Panel. Would we have the first image up on the board, please? The first print, as this is a print award. And then a button has been pressed. Judges, can you all indicate that you've got something on your screen? Everybody's happy. Okay, thank you. They probably would like to block out curtains. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so everybody scored? I haven't actually got anything from you either, I don't think, Jackie. Unless it's the other way around. Okay.
Yeah, that's when we get to waiting.
What have you got over there? So we're judging the first print at the moment, and obviously the judges will take a little while to get things happening, but probably more important than that, so will the system, because the judges all seem to have got their scores in. Okay, fantastic. Mine's even working here too. We have a score of 73, which is it's just a little bit below the commended range. I'm just going to ask for a quick comment from Steve, who's sort of around the... Yeah. Oh, you need a microphone? And yeah, we've got a well-presented image. What could the photographer do just to perhaps move it up a couple of points into the commended range next time?
Yeah, certainly. I commend the photographer for the use of their composition, perhaps an expanded tonal range, so some more whites and some more darks will actually increase, and your subject perhaps is a little bit hidden amongst all of the kind of distractions. Bringing that out, perhaps with dodging and burning, could have elevated this image higher.
Fantastic, thank you, Steve. Next print, please. So we've just got a little break where our wonderful print handlers, who are volunteers here, either that or I think Robin said they're all going to be paid $100,000 or something like that at the end of the trip with the profits that we're making. One of those two, but they're just getting their head around putting the prints up, etc. You're worried that you weren't getting the $100,000, were you, David? Okay, next print, please.
Share my 250 with you.
Yeah, don't have the print ready for the next one. Is that the idea? So, yeah. You got any scores up at all? They're all in? Oh, okay, mine have come through.
That's right. Yeah, me too.
Okay, so we have a score of 80, which is a semi-finalist, so it's fantastic. There's a raucous applause from the audience. David, I'm going to ask you just to make a quick comment. So we've got a semi-finalist. How perhaps could the photographer, what did you like about the image, and how could it perhaps go a step further?
So the visual impact of this image is stunning. It has a great vanishing point there towards the top left corner. Been really well printed across there as far as the range of tonality. We've got great shadows that sort of appear in those, the blacks there are nice and strong. In terms of perhaps maybe elevating it a little bit further, whether the right-hand side of the image is actually totally required there, like a slightly tighter crop. I'm only thinking about the vignetting that happens in the bottom right corner there. Perhaps might sort of lead us in that path just a little stronger.
Thank you, David. Next print, please. Wasn't it wonderful being able to say, next print? I'm sure Epson's very happy about that too. Conceivably, I could turn that around, couldn't I? Oh, no, careful, because it might, I don't want to pull that. Yeah, no, let's not. Pull something out. You know what I did over here. I'm still waiting to see everybody judged. We have a pregnant pause in proceedings while I wait for the screen to be populated. Is it happening?
Yep,
Up, I'm up. Okay, oh, we have an 86. We have a good range of scores here, so yes, we are going to all have a little bit of a chat about it. That's wonderful. It's interesting with such an iconic subject. So, Johannes, you're on 93, so you're definitely going to have a chat. And Faro, you're on 77, so you're also going to have a little bit of a chat, and we'll see where we go. But I'll start off with Johannes. Oh, would you like a microphone? Okay, I will let you talk.
Okay, so I gave this a 93. Visually, it's strong, it's balanced, it's subtle, it's powerful, and it's divine. There's this divine light all the way through it. It's got little flaws that are perfections, like on the tips of a couple of the peaks, there's just a little black point, but it's repeated and it's there for a reason. It makes you stop and pause and look. It's powerful, but it's gentle. I gave it a 93.
Faro, yep.
Johan, I agree with your comments about it has softer color palette, it has a different look and deliver because it's such an iconic building, and I see the different treatment to this image. The thing is actually hold me back to not come higher. It's the color palette. In some area, I feel like it's a bit saturated, especially in the right side of the image. In the bottom corner, you can see the orange is turning to like a brownish muddy color, and also it's kind of over sharpening happened in some lines, and it created very sharp lines. So I'm hearing, I think I'm a bit harsh. I want to come up, but if you just explain those issues to me.
Steve?
Yeah. Really good points. I would say in rebuttal to those remarks, I feel that the photographer has intended that brownish tinge to be oversaturated. It's a beautiful use of complementary colours. I actually scored at 88, so a very high semi-finalist. And I believe I will be coming up purely because of that delicate use of refined use of the complementary colours, the blues, the yellows, the golds, everything there feels very intentional, very deliberate. And as we all know, this is an icon that has been photographed hundreds of thousands of times, and I don't think I've seen it presented in such a way.
Jackie, yeah?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about this print. I think it's absolutely wonderful. I know this building extremely well, and it's like a collage of the Opera House because it doesn't actually exist like this, but it's such a beautifully constructed image, and the colour palette is superb. I scored it 92, but I can go up.
You can, that's
Yes.
right. Johannes, you okay? Yep, Johannes, right reply.
Okay, so the use of colour is powerful. This is a commercial category where people are trying to send messages to other people. You look at this and you fall into the heavenly colours, you fall into the divinity of it, you fall into the power of those shapes, and you're convinced that you will buy this product. Please buy a finalist for this.
Okay, we need to press a button over here, Naomi, and then you guys will be able to rescore, except for Johan, you just got to re-enter 93. Okay. Yep. I shouldn't say just, 93 is a very nice score.
Should we be able to take that?
Yes, we should.
Okay.
But only after a refresh.
Okay, I will refresh. Okay, yeah.
So I'm just waiting to see the scores as well. Probably everybody in Radio Land already knows, but hey. No, I can't see anything yet. I'll refresh mine as well. Oh. Yeah. Okay, just to keep things going. We have a finalist with a score of 90, which is fantastic. So, great discussion, thank you judges, and for a finalist, that's worthy, but we need to mosey on. Next print, please. No, we do need a couple more too. Yeah. Okay, so we have a score. We have a score of 83, which puts us into the semi-finalists category. Jackie, a quick comment from you, if I may, please. I'm using two mics.
A beautifully constructed image. I just find the shadow areas just sort of dull it down. I'd like to have seen all those areas white. But yeah, strong image.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have a judge change, Farah. Thank you very much. We're going to bring Paul in. I believe, Farah, you're going elsewhere to make a presentation, so good luck. Break a leg, all that sort of stuff.
Please don't.
And we'll have the next print, please. I don't know.
He's got a...
Okay, to find out. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I don't know either.
Are you happy for us just to hold this mic and then pass? Because you don't need to.
I don't. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you guys look after it. That's great. Yeah, that's good. I haven't got a clean handkerchief. Is there any dust on that? Do we have a tissue? Just down through here, I think he meant.
Is it possible just hang that? Can we leave that one just for future? Yes.
Oh, I don't know if it's the gaffer tape's going to handle the weight.
That bit's held by magnets, I can tell you, I built it.
Okay, Johan, yep, good. Jacques. Okay, I've got all of the scores, but I don't have an average there. I'm assuming it's going to be an 80. Which, there we go, I've got a score of 80, so that's fantastic. We have a semi-finalist. Jackie, you can make a quick comment about that, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, did you do the last one? Anyway, you'll go.
Don't worry.
I'll give David the
I'm
turn
happy
next
to
time.
talk about it. A beautifully constructed image, and it sort of reminds me of the Fibonacci series. It's got lovely feel, it sings to you as you look at it. Unfortunately, it just needs to be more contrasty.
A
bit more punch.
emphasis on
yeah,
the
and it would,
printing.
yes, I think the photographer looks at that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Jackie. Next print, please. Our wonderful print handlers methodically removing and appending prints. We have a full bleed image here. Okay, judges, over to you. We're judging the commercial category of the Australian Photographic Prize, proudly sponsored by Epson. And there is an Epson SCP-906 printer, which prints up to A2 size, which would be more than sufficient for entering next year's Australian Photographic Prize. Okay, how are we going, judges? I'm just getting my head around the scoring ranges so I can say the right terminology. How are we going, Jackie and Johan? Have yours in, or I just got to press refresh myself? Oh, we have. We've got a 74, so it's just a fraction below the commended range. So this time, David, I will have a little chat to you. Just how, so the photographer is the presentation right? Maybe, is that...
So, yeah, you asked Peter if the presentation's right. I feel the presentation is right in terms of we've got some great geometry going on in here, but there's a couple of tools that the photographer, well, one tool that the photographer has used is a selective depth of field, and the items that are in focus doesn't resonate or doesn't give me the narrative of why they're in focus. It is a shallow depth of focus because obviously it's a very busy laneway, but I am drawn to the highlight right in the top of the print there, and that highlight doesn't carry much value as far as the narrative. And if you can either explain that or maybe crop that down a little bit to let us focus on what is in that alleyway, then the narrative becomes stronger.
Fantastic, thank you. Next print, please. We have a helicopter flying low overhead, so with a bit of luck they won't find me. Jackie, yours is in, is it? Okay, we have a 79, and yes, David, you can challenge, you're on 85. You're dealing with a 72, 2 78s and 81, and yourself on a 85. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Peter. So impact. As soon as it comes around, we can see the impact through the use of contrast here. We've got a scene here that is probably just after sunset, in the early hours of the evening. The photographer here has used a skill set that has a tilt shift look about it, with the selective focus here, and it has some really good negative space in here that in this process could be really used really well commercially. So I find, and then we come in and we're drawn to the highlight within this image here, which is a city which has a real energy that vibes out of here. So in terms of that, along with the little contrast that happen between those warm lights that sort of sit there on the left and the blues that sort of sit there on the right, the darker shadows, for me this sort of sits as a semi-finalist and quite a strong semi-finalist, so I scored it at 85.
Thank you. Johan.
Thank you for your. I gave it 72. Thank you for your explanation. Because my concern was the lack of focus in certain places, but the deliberacy of that can be excused, I guess. So I'm now willing to forgive it for that. It does have impact. Yep.
Steve, sure.
Yeah, just to iterate David's kind of comments as well, this does have a very particular energy in its composition and in terms of its printing, and the way it's been handled in terms of the highlights and even the deep dark shadows has really been intentional, deliberate and really refined as well. So I scored at 81.
Thank you. Right of reply, David.
I've only heard positives here at the moment, and that we perhaps should move it into the semi-finals category. So I'm at 85 and I'd encourage you to join me. Thank you, judges.
Okay, judges, rescore. David, if you'd re-enter yours, holding your score at 85. We have an 83, which is a semi-finalist. Good discussion. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. We're on to print 8, judges, so just keep that in mind. I would love to see you here tonight at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's okay. But it's no trouble. We're warming up into it, and the system is also slowing us down a little bit, but we're doing well. And the quality of the review and inspection is fantastic. Thank you. Okay, next print. Is that your rock band, Naomi, playing in the background there? It is? Yeah. You've got tats all over you, I can't see, so, playing in the band on your arms? Yeah. How are we all going, judges? Has everybody just checked that their devices, it's a good term that, isn't it? Devices, your devices functioning correctly. Mine's not quite functioning correctly. I've got all of the scores. I know we've got an average of 82.73, but at 80 scores, we've got an average of 82. Fantastic. So we have a semi-finalist, and anybody like to make, I'm just looking for eye contact. Yep, Steve, thank you. Just a quick comment. So it's an interesting collection of images. Does it work better with all of them, or would it be better with just one of them? What are your observations?
Yeah, the use of the colour blocking and the alter ego sort of visual communication is quite strong. I do feel perhaps that there's a little bit too much, and maybe the vertical positioning of all the images, even though I feel that it's very intentional so that each background will match, perhaps takes away from more the expressions that we could end up seeing better in the actors or their kind of characters' faces.
Thank you. Next print, please. Must be the videos next door, isn't it? Is that the music we're hearing? They sound like they're having more fun than us. We're going to have to jazz this up, aren't we? Mind you, some great photos to look at here in the commercial category. I'm greatly enjoying the variety of the commercial category. They do say commercial photographers have all the fun. That was many, many years ago.
Paul, take a picture of these oil tanks. Not so good.
That was in the days of budgets. Remember the budget when a client said, I've got a budget? That was great. Okay, we're getting close. Jackie, have you pressed your magic button yet? Jackie, I just want you to know that if you forget next time, you have to buy me a glass of red wine tonight. I'm just letting you know. It's out there. I'll drink red wine to get a free one from you. Okay, we're just waiting for it. We've got a good range of scores. The person who's watching is dying to know that they have scored a semi-finalist with a strong 85. Well done. Well done. And Paul, just a couple of comments. What did you enjoy about it? And to go maybe up into the finalist range, what did the photographer do with this subject?
So the first thing that strikes me is the colour palette is superb. The complementary colours with the gold and the blue. I think to elevate it, it's perhaps just a tad overcomplicated. I think you could simplify it, keep the colour palette, and it would just have more impact for me.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. No red wine, Jackie, press the button, that's good. Well, I can see that we're going to have a discussion here, so this is good. I love a discussion, it's fantastic. I haven't got a score yet to give you, but I'm getting a refreshed screen here. This is wonderful, this modern technology. We have an 85, which is a semi-finalist. However, young David is on 93, so you're in the finalist range. You've got a 76, 82, 84 and 88. So we have the full gamut. Over to you.
Excellent, and I'm glad I'm on the high end of that gamut, Peter. So when this image is presented to us, we get this initial lure that is bold as brass, this candy striping that happens down the right-hand side of the print. And that then draws us into the frame. And as we walk up to the frame, we notice all these other poles that sort of, that repetition that happens through there. And then we see this red, this, very warm, very alluring colour that's sort of brought in, and its deliberate use throughout this frame. We look at the right-hand side, there's this little bit of red that initially bothered me about hanging off the right-hand side of the print, but I noticed it was intentionally balanced on the left-hand side of the print down about midway. Then we look at the colour contrast that happens here, between the warms and the cools. And so there's this, it's a delightful rendition here. It's not a literal rendition. We have this sort of almost drawing-like sort of presentation here. And so in terms of, it draws me to looking a whole lot longer. And so I find exceptional levels of communication, craft. The printing for me is spot on in terms of the, how crisp that is and the paper selection. That's why I put it as a finalist.
If you could pass the microphone to Steve, please.
And all comments that you made are completely valid. I scored it a solid commended down at 76, I believe it was. And for me, perhaps for it to be elevated is maybe the post-production. Perhaps the post-production has been a little bit too heavily applied. And when that starts to become a distraction to the viewer, then we start to not see some of the elements that you are talking about.
Okay, anybody? Because Jackie, did you want to say something? Yeah. You made eye contact. Yeah.
I scored this 88, David, and I just found the pole on the right-hand side. It's probably my architectural eye, but it probably was like that, or has it been put there? It's not convincing for me to have that pole there. And that's, I'm very close to a gold, but that's why I scored at 88.
To a finalist, Jackie, please.
A finalist.
Yeah.
Sorry, finalist, I have to get used to this. Okay.
That's all good. No, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's good. Good point. Thank you. David, right of reply?
Thank you, Jackie and Steve. To address Steve's post-production comments, I see this, as I sort of said, not a literal interpretation, and so therefore I feel like it's taking us beyond that, and it's almost making what looks to be Venice, trying to make it otherworldly, trying to make it attractive, trying to make it sort of almost to visit. And that's where I find that lure. And in terms of the pole there, Jackie, on the right-hand side, I understand in terms of the commercial, I guess I'm having a high emotive response to it and finding that's the draw card. That really gets me into the image. And as I sort of say, and then I bounce around with it all inside those elements. So if the pole wasn't there for me, I may have been back a few marks. So for me, it gets it there, and I'm asking you guys to sort of come along, please.
Okay, judges, if you'd like to rescore, David, you'll hold yours at 93 if you'd re-enter. Yeah, we've got the video soundtrack next door. It's got a really nice emotive as we're waiting for the scores to come in. It's very moody, the building crescendo. What have we got? What's happened? I'm still we have an 86, so it was a good discussion, and a semi-finalist, great score. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Just mindful to, yep. I wasn't actually asking you to clap yourselves, but anyway, that's all right. What I was actually gently suggesting is we just need to keep those comments nice and quick. Important, but quick, pithy, succinct, concise, brief.
Thesaurus.
We have a 79. Well, you can, Jackie, you can contest. So Jackie's on 86, so you've got it in the semi-finalist range. You've got an 83, 2 78s and a 76.
Well, I think this is a beautifully printed image, and if you look at the detail, it's flawless. It's absolutely beautifully printed. The architect would be thrilled with this picture. As an architectural photographer, I'd be very happy to present this too. It's not that that's anything to do with judging this, but have another look at it because it's exquisite. What did it end up with?
79, just below
79.
the semi-finalist range.
And I would like to see this in the semi-finalist category.
So who have we got? Paul.
So look, I agree that it's well printed, 100%. I think that for me, I just find the sky distracting because the rest of it is a very strong, geometric appeal, and the sky just kind of, it just detracts me. I can't help but look to the top right, to the clouds that look like they're a face in the sky, and it just takes me away from the image. And I think maybe a crop or a darkening of the sky would definitely improve the image.
Okay, Steve. Yeah.
Yeah, just to add to that comment, this is a difficult facade to photograph. So the photographer here perhaps hasn't explored a vantage point that expresses that really kind of difficult to capture facade. The reason I say that perhaps is because there are far too many distractions. We have vertical kind of elements and then those horizontal elements. Perhaps focusing on one or the other would have elevated the composition higher.
Jackie, right of reply?
Well, I take on board what you're saying about the sky, but I'm actually looking at the details in the building. And if you look at the little filigree areas in that bottom half, it's beautiful. And you just go right up to the top left-hand side, and it's spot on.
Thank you, Jackie. Jackie, keep your score at 86. The other judges take on board the comments and rescore, please. So we've gone up to a score of 81, so it's a semi-finalist. Good discussion, thank you. Next print, please. How are we all going, judges? It's a rhetorical question. Thank you, David. I'm still waiting on Jackie and Johan. Yes, they're both there. I haven't got an average yet, but it'll be 80 something. Pressing the refresh button. 82, we have a semi-finalist. And Steve, a quick comment from you, bang on the middle.
Yeah, I commend the photographer for allowing a tiny bit of reality to be there, which is the sprinkler. so that we can actually be pulled back into what we're seeing. It's a very deliberate choice, and I think it actually works very well. The composition is quite balanced and quite solid, and also the use of colour and the printing is well done.
Would the reflection, if they had just moved the shape of the dancer up on the top there, I assume it is, would that perhaps have maybe elevated the image a little bit more?
Perhaps, yeah. Maybe it is a little bit too close to the edge, which does create that tension, but it could actually be a deliberate use
Indeed
as
it
well.
could. Thank you. Next print, please. We're going real slow, I know. Oh, okay, you want to say something else? Yeah. Okay, in about 30 prints, 30 seconds. Oh, 30 prints over there. Yeah, okay. All right, that's all right. So, okay, you're going to get stolen, David. Okay. So, Andrew, you'll need to hang around in about 30 prints. in about 30 prints. And I don't know whether that's 30 prints here or 30 prints there, but I'm just letting you know. Yeah, I just want you to know the sophistication with which I'm dealing with all of this data. Oh, David's got to go somewhere else, so you're my only spare judge at the moment. Oh, yeah. Have I got your... Oh, fantastic. You're so switched on. In which case, Andy, you can relax. I've got 2 judges. And David, I can get rid of you any time now. How are we going, judges?
Good, thanks.
Okay, we've got a score of 81. We have a semi-finalist, which is fantastic. David, oh yeah, you're able to challenge, aren't you? 5 away on 86. You would like to give the image a couple of comments? Yep.
Absolutely, thanks, Peter. Yeah, the image has great narrative. You know, we're looking here in terms of the story that unfolds, and I'm reading a narrative of she's obviously just, cheering for the ladies and get rid of the guys kind of business. But in terms of the design that's sort of happened here, in terms of the very clean frame, everything's well contained. We've got a very deliberate use of colour that's happening here again. We're seeing a good use of warm and cool. And so we're really drawn into this. There's some really nice strong blacks in here that really anchor this really well, both in frame and in clothing here. So there's some great design. We look at the verticals of the floorboards and the circles that sort of happen here, the geometry. There's lots here that really makes this a strong semi-finalist.
Johan? You gave it 77, indeed you did.
Right, I gave this a 77. I'm happy to listen to comments. Good graphics, strong image. I felt the blacks actually over-dominated the image. The blacks in her clothing, the blacks in the shadows, the blacks under her arm. And I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to be looking at the bottle or not. It's got some information, but it's actually not clear. So I felt that the communication was good, but not superb. Yep.
Okay, right of reply, Dave?
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Johan. I find the blacks, for me, talk about her style. You know, she's obviously, it's a power colour, and it's really, really strong here. The bottle, for me, indicates her stance or how she lays on the floor and why she's painting the way she is. She may have some assistance through that bottle, And so, whilst it's not all about the bottle, it gives us reason why she's doing this. And I think that gives me strong communication, and that's why I have put it in a strong level of a semi-finalist.
Thank you, David. Judges, if you'd like to rescore, David, you'll keep yours at 86. And we have everybody in the semi-finalist range and an average score of, I'm going to guess, 83. I haven't got it up on my... 83, I was right. I'm getting pretty good at this, aren't I? Thank you. Next print, please.
just be
Yep.
a sub.
Yep. Fiona? Good job. Just, David, you give her your device so that she doesn't, just make sure she doesn't run away with it.
Yeah, no, I will stand close.
You haven't changed anything, have you, on there? It's just David who's judging. That's right. Oh, you put Fiona in? Oh, she... Okay. When we do that, we just leave it with David and pretend that he judged it. Oh, no, not yet. No, that's right. He's got another 23 and a half prints to go next door before... No, that's fine. If Fiona's working on, that's fine. I'll leave David off anyway. I didn't like him much anyway, so that's okay. You can disappear for a little while if you like. Yeah, you can see how you go. I'll give you a break. I've still got Andrew here, but Okay, so have I got a score? I have. We've got a finalist here. Hey, 90, fantastic. Now you can applaud. Yeah. What about the audience? Come on. However, someone should challenge it, Steve. I'm going to let you because I'm the panel chair. I'm the mentor, and it's just scraped into a 90 with it's 88, 92, 94, 92, and 80. So you've got someone that you can talk to at any rate, and let's just see whether. Yeah, I just figure it's a strong image. Let's have a chat.
Absolutely. So I scored it a 94 purely because of the intent of the photographer or the creator. Colour palette is such an important thing in order to create mood and something that is so still as this image, yet the lighting is also exquisitely placed upon right exactly where the viewer needs to look. And that is, of course, at the beak, the closed eyes. I can only assume perhaps that this bird is not with us anymore. And that is kind of, once it starts bringing out emotions, with that beautiful subtle brown and green colour palette, then it really does just start playing with other senses, like smell and hearing and all sorts of wonderful things. So that's why I placed it where it is, but I'd love to hear others' thoughts too.
I want to have a chat. Oh, you? No, Fiona can? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Did you want to have a chat? You were making eye contact. Yeah.
I was at the other end of the scale, Steve, so thank you for that. I just think within the commercial category, I was trying to find the applications for it. In pet and animal, absolutely, would have totally gone there with you. So I'm definitely listening to some more explanations.
I gave it an 88, and I should have given it something that began with a 9. There's an earthiness to this. There's a message about perhaps newborns. There's a reference here to newborn photography that's beautifully handled. The earthiness comes through. It's strong, but it's not so strong that it kills it. It's so strong that it holds it up and presents it to us in a very gentle and kind way. This is a powerful commercial image. It tells us a story. I gave it an 88. I want to go higher.
Okay. No, I'm not giving you a right of reply. Oh, you can all just rescore. It was my challenge, not yours. So you can all change your scores.
Oh, really?
Including you. Yeah, just refresh again. It should probably come up. Are we ready? Yeah. Naomi has all the power, you see, so. Okay, we've got a solid 94. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. And yeah, as the panel chair or the panel mentor, I just, sometimes when the images get up into that rarefied air, I figure if anyone's giving it a finalist score, then the image deserves a little chat. So as long as we're not way behind, I hope to give you that opportunity. Okay, yep, Andrew, yep. Can you jump in for Jackie after this print? How you going? Do you have a jumper you could wear so that the audience can still see the...
They'll just have to come in.
What I love about this live streaming is everybody out there in video land gets me to hear my little quiet comments to the judges as I'm moving things around. It's wonderful. If I was better, I'd be able to turn the microphone off. Okay, we have a semi-finalist with an average score of, doing the maths, I'm going to guess 81. And that's great. And Paul, I'll get a couple of comments from you, please.
A striking image. I think the subject in the middle with her head back, the model, I presume, just draws your eye. I think to improve it, it's a little bit heavy at the top with the crowd, and I know that this is taken on the street, but what would make this 100% better would be if every one of the passers-by was wearing a mask. So, but I think it's a strong image.
Thank you. Alrighty. We're going to have a judge change. Jackie, thank you very much. You're no longer desired. And we're going to have Andrew in instead. That was me being flippant for those people who don't understand. Jackie is still buying me a glass of red wine later tonight. Next print, please. Andrew? Yeah, you're signing in. Yep. Jackie's going to have a little rest. We welcome Mr. Andrew Campbell to the judging dais. Is that you? Oh, okay. Naomi's going to do stuff there. Come on, Naomi, come on. Should be fine now, Andrew.
Thank you. Yep.
We're in, okay. Oh, we're going to have some fun, aren't we? Who are we waiting on? Johan, have you pressed your go button? You have? All right, the computer says yes, you have indeed. Okay, well, we've got an average score of, I'm going to guess, 93 or 92. I'm just waiting for that to show up. So it's a finalist. Raucous round of applause there. So we've got a 92, and I think it's only fair that we have a couple of comments to make sure everybody's comfortable with their scores. Andrew, since you're new boy on the block, I'm going to give you the microphone just to show you what a magnanimous sort of fellow I am.
I popped this well and truly and solidly into the finalist range with a 95. So very, very, very happy to see this. Just glorious. There's so much to kind of look at and enjoy with the colour palette that we have, the rainbow-like sort of prismatic feel to it that we're seeing here, which is echoed, I guess, with the with the graphics, with the equations. You know, you start sort of asking yourself, I wish I was smarter and knew what that meant.
27.
And yeah, yes, thank you. And you've also got the lone figure pondering in the background the mysteries of the universe. So obviously it has great appeal for me. I think it's a exquisitely produced print, and it's just glorious. So let's have a chat.
Yeah. Anybody else unhappy? Want to make a comment, observation? You don't have to feel. This is the Mentors Challenge. So yeah.
Right. Everything Andrew said, and a lot of things he didn't say. The beauty of the apex in the bottom of the floor not being met. So you bounce back off the floor and then you discover other things. You discover the haze behind the man or woman in the background. You ask questions about the other things. So it's inconclusive in a good way because it arouses your curiosity. The use of the colours, etc. I won't say any more, but it's quite stunning. I gave it a 92 and I'm happy to even lift from there.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you all rescore if you like. Is everybody comfortable? Do we need to say any more? Okay, there's no right to reply, Andrew, because it was me. Okay, judges, if you'd like to rescore. The reality is that the extra couple of points don't make any difference because everybody in the finalists goes into the final judging anyway. But as an entrant, I always much prefer to get 93 than 92. So I'm just... And roll of drums. Well, we got up to 95. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Great final score. Next image, please. Next print, please. Oh, I can say next print. It's wonderful. Next print, please. We are judging the commercial category, proudly sponsored by Epson. And the prize is an Epson SCP-906, which is an A2 printer, sits on the desk. I have one at home. I have a big Epson 44-incher down at the studio as well. I do the big prints, but it's just nice to have another Epson printer hanging around the home. And I wouldn't do this advertisement for Epson unless I was an Epson ambassador as well. So it's due disclosure, but I'm not paid. I'm just looking at my screen, refreshing it. It's come through now. I still haven't got a score average, but I'm going to guess well, it's going to be an 80 by majority, I believe. A semi-finalist, which is fantastic. Okay, we've got an 81, which is great. Paul, just a quick comment from you. I mean, in terms of the lighting, is the subject a little bit overlit, perhaps, or what's your observations?
Yeah, look, I think the subject is a little bit overlit, and I think there's some distracting highlights certainly on one of the tarot cards front left, and also on her headpiece. But look, it's a really interesting image, captivating, but just an improvement in lighting, I think, would raise the image.
Yeah, Steve, very quickly, if you want to.
Yeah, very quickly. I would also like to commend the photographer for the use of motivational lighting, so that the green and the purple that is actually shining exactly where they should be on her hair also brings it and drags it all into reality as well.
Fantastic, good counterpoint. Thank you. Next print, please. Actually, you don't have to give this back to me.
Oh, okay, yes.
I know that David's left now, but you've been elevated.
So we're about a third of the way through. Okay, cool. Okay.
We have very consistent scoring. I'm going to guess the average is 85. I'm just pressing the button again, which says semi-finalist. Yep, well done. And I'll go to Johan, maybe just a quick comment from you. Thank you.
Cool.
How did you just get an extra couple of points for this photographer next time round?
I feel that a little bit more contrast and a little bit more energy in the image would have given you a strongest...
Or
in the printing, yes.
The
Yes.
tonality?
And the tonality would have lifted the image to a higher level. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. Great. Next print, please. Sorry?
The score was 85.
85, that's correct. Yep. Very consistent judging. A strong semi-finalist. What time is this category supposed to finish up? 12? 12. Okay, so I might just have to speed up a little bit then. Okay, so everybody's entered, have they? I've got a couple of points, a couple of scores, but not them all. That's better, thank you very much. We have an 87. And Steve, you can challenge. Steve, you're on 92. Yep. You've got 83, 85 and 2 88s.
Okay, I can work with that. So one of the masterful things about how this image is presented is that it does actually take on another form which feels more organic, more nature-based, and we can only assume that it is a flipped or mirrored image to create that. But we're starting to see perhaps butterfly wings, which is a really dominant feature within this particular composition. The reason I necessarily didn't go even higher is because perhaps the mirrored images, if the creator could have manipulated just one side of it ever so slightly to kind of intrigue the viewer even more. Technically, however, the use of the complementary colours that are there, the exquisite detail, it really is masterfully printed all the way down to exactly where that shadow detail needs to be. There's no kind of obscure highlights which are damaging anything of the viewer's perception. Yeah, I'd like to hear other people's perception on this.
Andrew's going to give you a couple of comments.
There you are. Thanks, Steve. Yes, I totally agree with you on the print quality and the production. It's exquisite, absolutely. The colour palette's magnificent. You alluded to the comment, your comment was about the repetition or the flip, and I take that on board and I think, yep, clearly has that appearance. However, my question is why? We're in the commercial category. Mm-hmm. What value has that brought to this subject by creating this shape? Because I'm not sure it's really helping the architect, or if it's perhaps helping them sell the building, or I'm trying to find a commercial context for that flip. So if you can help me with that.
Okay, I can do that.
Well, you might not get a chance yet, but we'll have a... Yeah.
Right, I gave this an 88. Divine colours, it's quite stunning. I'm going to step out on a limb, call it a sports stadium, and then what a trophy this is. If you look at this, all I see is trophy, I see winner, I see exciting, I see energy, and then it's subtle. Well done.
Steve?
Yes, just to rebuttal, answer to some of the comments. Sure, perhaps an architect would become a little bit confused by the sudden flipping of their kind of stadium or whatever it may be. However, this as perhaps a self-promotional image in order to gather more clients is still completely valid, and this could actually comfortably sit in an architect's office as a piece of artwork. Not necessarily perhaps part of their portfolio, however, something that they've been a part of could work.
Thank you, Steve. If you'd like to hold your score at 92, and the other judges are free to re-enter. Taking on board all comments, of course. Well, we must have a finalist by majority. I'm just waiting for the the final score to come through, but I'm guessing it's going to be 90. It is, look at that, finalist, fantastic. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Next to print, please. Yeah. I'm always hot, mate. It is warm, although I've taken my jumper off, so, yeah. Yeah. Well, this is the commercial category, mate. That's why it's hot stuff in here. If you can turn it down, there's a little dial doohickey there. Computer says no. You buying me a glass of red wine as well, are you, Johan? Because I've come back to log in or...
I'll drink all the red wine. He's being pulled.
Yeah, I've been bumped out of the system. They don't like me. All right, maybe I can walk over. You got a blank screen too? Oh, okay, so it's not just me. Does that mean the computer says no? Computer says no. We should be fine? Give it another go. An error occurred. Try again. But I can't see anything on this one yet either. Oh, yes, I can. I've got an average rate, so I can talk from here. So we've got 86, which is great. We have a semi-finalist. Johan, did you want to have a chat to it? Because I will let you. Because sorry, what did you score? 86. Oh, you're wrong way. Fiona, sorry, wrong. I've switched it around. Yeah, okay. So you've got, there's an 83, an 85, 86, 88, and yourself on 90. You won't have a right of reply because I've challenged for you. Put your best foot forward.
Best foot forward it is. What a fabulous piece of artwork. Engaging with this from my seat. I wanted to know more. I thought it was a mural. I wanted to get up close and look at it. And when I did, I was delighted. I found that the highlight at the bottom wasn't a distraction. In fact, it set the stage for the image. And once I got up close and looked at all of those tiny details, I commended the photographer on their perspective, and everything was correct in their perspective. I thought the printing was beautiful. I thought the colours were stunning. I'd like you guys to consider coming up a few points and joining me in the finalist range.
Anyone else like to make a comment? Andrew, sure.
Yes, thank you. Certainly hear all that, and maybe we could add that it's got a certain, if you've ever seen the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, it reminds me a little bit of Hell when they're trying to decommission the computer, because all those little, looks like the circuit chips from that era.
Can you keep this relevant, please, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, sir. So what I'm getting at there is that it has a degree of pareidolia to it where you can interpret it in different ways other than purely on a linear scale. And that scale, of course, with, I guess, if you're a fan of Lego, it kind of reminds you a little bit of, little Lego bricks, when of course we know they're not. So I commend the photographer for a great job. However, I'm not 100% sold on the print quality, which is why I've held it back. So maybe someone can help me with that.
Okay. Anybody else like to make a quick comment? Because there's no right of reply.
Nothing.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll ask you to, you can all rescore. I'll have to come back to you on that one then, because we'll need to change over. Okay, all right, I've only got one judge at the moment. And nothing's working here for me. Yeah, I need a lot of help. Yep, okay. Oh, Jackie's there. Okay, all right, cool. She was hiding from me. Well done. Okay, we have a score of 87, so the photographer thanks you. That's great. Thank you, judges. Now we're going to have we're going to have two judges changing. So Jackie and David, you're going to replace Johan and Steve. You guys are now persona non gratis. Please leave the dais. We do love you though. It's all right. David, that's your job.
Oh,
thanks,
thank
mate.
you.
Glad to have you back.
I feel like I can judge now. Yes.
Yeah, we missed you. No one else has done such a good job.
Thanks, mate.
And okay, I shall go next print, please. I hope you guys can all log in because I can't, but I'll do that while you guys are judging. Yes, I think so. Yep, we've got one of you left. Yep, okay, yep. No, it's all good. Thank you. Okay, we have a semi-finalist with a score of 83. We have David on 92, and you've got 83, 78, 84 and 80. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Peter. What a striking image. The contrast that comes around here, literally the black and the white, where it's all about that. But then we look at the crop that this image has, and I think that's by intentional design, because I toyed with it being square, and I think, no, rectangular works beautifully. We look at the pupil that is here, because we're seeing an eye shape that sort of comes here, and it sort of sits on a vertical, and so therefore the presentation is vertical. The use of the lighting that comes across here from the bottom left to the top right is really cool, because yes, it does sort of fade out, drop there in the top left corner, but there's still an edge of the the plate. So we are encapsulated within this eye-like presentation. So the literal is screams, "Look at me," and I can't help but look at this image.
Okay, Andrew?
Thanks, David. Certainly got on board with the eye reference. That said, I have concerns about the print quality. The blacks seem extraordinarily black with, there should be, I would think, some shadow detail coming through there. And I'm also wanting to see a little smidge of detail in the highlights that's just gone there. That being said, I guess if we're looking at, food, I want it to be appetizing. I want to sort of look at something and think, I want to eat that. And I'm not getting that vibe from this image. I see how it's clever, and I'll leave it at that.
Anybody else wish to comment? No? Okay, right of reply, David?
So what I find appetising, Andrew, is the selective focus that they've used here. So we are drawn right in, like when you do a portrait of a person, we well know that we are focusing right on that eye, and that eye is crystal sharp. It is tack sharp, and then it falls away. But it doesn't fall away where we don't see the reference to the rest of the information. We can make our narrative around that. And so for me, there's that many tools that are used there that sort of bring my gaze right to that point, and I see those little shavings of coconut right in that white there, which gives me that little bit of contrast to reference where it sits, not in a white space. That's why I awarded it so highly.
Thank you, David. If you'd all like to rescore, David, if you'd re-enter your original score of 92. I'm just catching up with the screen. It's still struggling to talk to me adequately, but we have an 84, a semi-finalist. Thank you for the discussion, judges. That was great. Next print, please. I wish I could see the average score. I'm going to have to do some maths in my head. I'll walk it around. 75, so we're just into the commended range, which is fantastic. Well done to the entrant. A quick comment, yes, from you, David, would be great, because you're on 76.
I actually see this as a story of two images. We've got a top half and a bottom half here. We've got the really strong drawing of the colour poles here, but the bottom half of the image doesn't sort of add to this entire narrative, so why is it there? So when we sort of consider these, every element, why is that bottom half there? And that's not coming through in this narrative for my interpretation.
Thank you, David. Next print, please. Oh, they let anybody in these days, do they? Is that right, John? Yeah. That's why I'm here. So we have a score of 72, which is below the award range. And I'd like to ask Jackie maybe just a couple of comments in terms of maybe the presentation, the colour balance, the location.
Well,
over to
the
you.
location is great. I think shot at the wrong time of day, so I think it needs revisiting. This tree on the right-hand side is very distracting as well. But I think shoot at another time of day.
A
It'll
different
be
time
better.
of day, yeah. And maybe the full A3 size paper with white
with a
rebates
border, yes.
would also help there, just
It would.
because just in terms of presentation. Yeah. Thank you. All right, but a good starting point. And I do like the composition and the use of the path leading the eye through there. So just different lighting, perhaps. Fantastic. Next print, please. If you're happy, I'm happy. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 82. Very consistent judging there. Fiona, maybe a quick comment from you. Really intriguing composition.
Very intriguing composition. I actually really enjoyed it, and I toyed with the idea of a circle crop even to try and eliminate some of the blur in the bottom left that I found incredibly distracting.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. They're still having a party next door, aren't they? Don't give up your day job. Oh, we're waiting on young Jackie. Is that another glass of red wine?
I had to refresh twice.
I need beef refreshing constantly. I think it's just our ages, Jack.
Okay, we have got quite consistent scoring there. We have, I'm going to guess it's an 87 as an average. It's certainly a semi-finalist, which is fantastic. Jackie, for your sins, I'm going to ask for a quick comment from you, because there's some amazing expressions in there. I'm just not too sure about the guy with the chocolate cake.
No, it's a very strong image. Yeah, I think it's a pity it's been cropped on the right-hand side there. But all the expressions are fabulous and beautifully printed. Yeah, great image.
Yep. Quickly, David, yeah?
So the cake that we're watching here, in terms of if this fella's got chocolate on his face, where is the rest of the cake that it came from, you know? I'm just looking for a little consistency in the
It's
narrative.
on the other side. He's got a huge mouthful on the other side.
No crumbs on the plate or on the table, on the bench top, etc. That's what I'm just sort of, you know,
Okay, all
those
right.
little...
So I think this is more of a personal comment from you, Dave, about how you eat cake.
You know me too well, Peter.
Point taken. Thank you. Next print, please. Oh, we've been locked out. Okay, well, the cake has obviously had its last say. Okay, we're locked out. So do I bring the next print up? I'll just hold off on that until the system's up. Judges, you can stand up, turn around 3 times and touch your navel and...
And then fall over. Sure, mate.
Yep.
Just while we're all here in live stream land, just a reminder that there is an Astro event this evening that you should definitely come along to if you haven't already bought a ticket. I think there may still be a couple available.
No, the order is for
Log
me,
on to the
so when
website
I'm
and you
looking
can
at it
get
from
that
that
if
side,
you wish. You will get to see strongman Mike
that's
Sidonio.
right. So when I'm looking at it like that...
And he'll give a
you're
keynote
there.
presentation, and
Yeah.
you'll see the award-winning images from this afternoon. So celebrate the 54th anniversary of the moon landing with us tonight.
Johan or Johannes?
Yes.
Eh?
Either.
Okay. That's right.
Are we on a break?
No, we're not really on a break, but it is. Yeah, can someone? Oh, David's looking at the air conditioning. That's good. Yeah. I mean, I know I'm hot. Okay, all right, no trouble. I know I'm hot stuff, but you know, I didn't mean to heat up the room that much. You know. Oh, okay. So the next print's ready to roll. Maybe. Are we good? Have we got a judging panels? I've lost one judge. Are we able to bring back? Okay, I've lost one judge to the WC. Yeah, you in, Dave? Yeah, I think. Have we got 5?
Yeah, I'm good to get in there.
Okay, if you could, yeah, just. Yep. We've got 5 then or not? Do I need? Am I good to bring Johan back in? Okay.
Oh no, I think my comfy blanket, you know, my security blanket.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where are we up to? Here. Oh, okay, so we're okay now. Yep. I've got to get, yeah, okay, all right, okay. So Steve, you can just sit down, that's good. Out, you can stay down. Johan, if you can jump in. And Jackie, you can stay there for the time being, that's good, yeah. Yeah, okay, well, Andrew, actually, no, Jackie, I'll get you to stand up and, oh no, Andrew, since you are back, I do need you. If you could take over from Jackie, that'd be great, thank you.
Yep, okay.
Yes, Jackie's seat, please. Kick Jackie out. She hasn't bought me the red wine.
That's now a case.
And, oh, yep. Johan, you're in? Yep. Are we good?
Oh, that your stuff?
Oh, the computer's not. Yeah. We can have the next print, though, I think. Thank you. Are we good for the... You don't know.
Oh, okay. Hold off. No, sorry, hold off. Sorry, I got all excited. Oh no, I'm still getting excited. We're good? We're good? Next print, please.
At first it was like, and then it was like,
The commitment was there.
Okay. Paul, I think you're the... All done. Well, we have a semi-finalist with a score of 84, Johan S. Quick comment from you, thank you.
Yes, lovely balance, good light, strong image. I did get a little bit confused by the repetition of the image on the book in the front. It was a little bit soft and a bit fuzzy, and it distracted me from the rest. But very strong.
Okay, thank you. Great use of colour too, I think. Next print, please. And our thanks to the print handlers being here and working away diligently in the background there, quietly assisting us, making sure everything flows with precision. And I'm getting a slow down. What are we at? Precision, like clockwork. Clockwork like precision. And grace. Great, and grace. And the way their fingers just caress the print as they're putting it up is wonderful. Yeah. But all with white-gloved fingers, I must say. Okay, judges, these guys don't want to listen to me. Hurry up and get on with your judging, please. So, Paul, are you pressed enter? You have? All right, that's computer here. And indeed you have. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 84, very consistent. It's interesting, we've got the image on the paper. I like the off-centre presentation. It really adds to it, I think. The location is interesting and that, I guess, but I think the photographer should definitely be commended for the presentation, the way that has come through. I like it. Next print, please. Come on, I just gave you a wrap and now you're going. We have a score of 90, a finalist.
Excellent.
And as you know, my approach is to allow us to discuss the score. So we've got a range of 84, 87, 92, 90 and 93. I'm going to make an elective challenge just to have a comment and see whether there's a few more points. Not that it matters, but I just think it's nice to talk about things. And Andrew, since you were 93, I think it's only fair with that shirt you make a couple of comments.
Thanks. Thanks, Peter. This is a fabulous tribute to the Addams family, and I think we can all see that. The exquisite use of thing there is perfect, just to really bring it home. The parade, if you like, of preceding, ghostly figures there is beautifully placed. I actually got kind of carried away. I was looking in the detail of the tree, and it's glorious because it really is fabulous, a compliment to what we're seeing here. Framing is terrific. I was just hoping to see a bit more smoke in there, but maybe actually it's about right for the mist that you would think. Very, very clever image. Well done to the photographer.
I'll allow that, David.
Fantastic layering that happens here, right through the depth of, Andrew was referring to the detail in the tree, and then I even went beyond the tree into the shadows, and there's figures lying within those shadows, and the quality of the print here allows us to explore those shadowy figures there. So that superb layering that even takes us deeper into this narrative is just sublime.
Okay, all right. Fiona, sure.
I was down the other end at 84 and would have gone higher if I could have been convinced with the opacity in our ghostly figures. I just felt that perhaps that if we dropped that down and you could have that translucency to them, that it definitely would have supported the narrative more. But I'm well prepared to come up a few points.
Okay, all righty. Are we good? There's no right or reply. You can all rescore. No, because I challenged. You didn't challenge.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I challenged. You've had a comment though?
I did have, no, I'm leaving.
You're keeping the microphone, that's right. Yeah. There's a misunderstanding because the mentor's vague. And just refreshing my screen, everybody else in video land probably knows, we've got an average of 90, roll of drums, 2, 3, 92. Fantastic, finalist. Steve, if you see the score come up while I'm pontificating, you can just tell me on that screen. Mine takes a little while. Next print, please. Fantastic. Always good to see a finalist up there. And to see Thing as centre stage, it just shows that there's a chance for me yet to be discovered. Yeah, you may now. We've got yep. We haven't got any scores as yet. Oops, sorry. Yep.
Did you say Grange?
No, I didn't, but I could. Okay, well, no, Johan, you should have pressed send, couldn't you? Because we've got an average of 87 now. We have actually, do we have an auto challenge on that?
No, but I can challenge before the auto challenge.
Do you want?
Well, so you want right of reply. To be honest, I don't care, although these rules are fine. Okay, so we've got an 87. There is 78 to 87, so that's certainly more than 10. So in reality, it's an auto challenge, but I don't care.
Right.
It's a challenge, so you're a 97. You're dealing with 90, 78, 86 and 84. So we do have a range of scores, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
What a wonderful, hellish photograph. What a beautiful, I gave it 97, sorry. And I'm not sorry for that, I'm very pleased with that. The balance is outstanding, the twist, the turn, the form in the foreground, the little corner details to show you that this figure came from somewhere and is going somewhere else. The depth, the darkness, the murkiness of the blacks, the repeating patterns of the lines. What a powerful, strong image. It bears thinking about, considering, and it bears scoring high.
David?
I was at 78, and I was trying to reconcile, I'm trying to reconcile all facets of this image, and I see these bottom pointers in the left and right bottom corners there, and to me, I was like, well, how do they fit into this image? And did he walk through water? Did he get through, how did he get through here? Because the foreground, right in the middle there, is pitch black, like 100% black. And so I'm trying to find a pathway, and so okay, did he walk through water? And I'm going, where is he walking to? And I really appreciate that stance, that swagger that the figure has, and that the rest of that hellish sort of thing, but trying to reconcile those facets to complete my narrative held me back, but I'm certainly all ears.
Dave, what's your name again?
The image, to help you there a little bit and to echo some of your comments, this is Dante's Inferno. This is Virgil on the way down. This is exactly, he's been transported there. That's why there's the gap. It's got a surreal, fantastical element to it, which would make a amazing book cover, this thing. It'd be really cool like that, or a poster for a movie. And the depth that you're seeing there, and this guy's just standing there going, uh-oh, you know, just literally thinking, that's it, I'm done. Fabulous image, and strongly, I only gave it 90, I wimped out there.
Yeah, Fiona?
Absolutely get the narrative, love the narrative, very strong graphical impact, definitely a cover image. But I think this is a great example of where perhaps the photographer should have done more test prints. I think there's more detail that could have been brought out in those blacks. Certainly by the digital on the screen, there's more detail, and we're missing all of that here. Yeah, I would just recommend test printing.
Yep, we're good, yep. Who's right to reply? Yep, thank you.
Who paid the ferryman that took him there? The things that you have to wonder about, the darkness, the loss of information, that's important to the story because it's not important. It's not important because what is this journey that this guy's made, and you know where he's going. It's very powerful, it's very thought-provoking, it's illustrative, it's not a graphic representation of a man walking through a tunnel. It's a story about a man progressing to something else, or a woman. And then the character itself, it's been given personality by the walking stick, the stance, the feeling of movement, but he's on the edge and he's walking in. I gave it a 97. I felt moved, and it was very, very strong. Yeah, bring it up.
So, okay, so you're going to stick with 97. You can keep a hold of the microphone, David, and the others will rescore. I'm not too sure whether that was an auto challenge, an elective challenge, but that's how we're going to play the game. You got kicked out completely? I'm still in, so that surprises me. Getting closer. I've got 4 now, just Andrew to come.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Sorry.
That's right. That's right. Take your time. Take your time. Hurry up. Thank you. Okay, and now my system's just got to show that we still have a finalist with an average of 92. Fantastic.
Congratulations.
And I love the reference to the Caspar David Friedrich, that his, the vertical is up in the guy looking in the background, because just the waist length jacket and everything. So anyway, next print, please. I just wanted to show off too, that was all. Next print, please. Okay, Paul, we're going to, where's Paul? We're going to throw you out, and Fro, we're going to introduce you.
Hi, good to meet you.
See you again, Paul. Anybody else got to move? See, I need you helping me, because I'm just here being socially pleasant. I need someone statistically correct behind. Thank you. Ah, Fiona, that's 3 bottles of red for me now.
That's all right, yeah.
For those in video land, the lighting changed on the attachments here, and that's about right. Yep, okay. All good. Don't do it again. I've got to take you everywhere twice, second time to apologise. You under control, Fro?
I'm still all on the right.
Sorry, that's our fault. Oh, look, I'm a sharing sort of guy. Go on, Fro. Let's go. Johan, oh, you okay? No, it says come through. Okay.
Good to go.
And I'll press refresh, and we have an average score of 73, which is just below the commended range. I'm going to ask for Andrew to make a comment, since you're... What does the photographer need to do just to get it up into the commended range?
I was once told by a award-winning architectural photographer that he used to wait until the building spoke to him. He would pause and think and watch and look at the space and really take on board the moment when to take the picture. And I think this photographer could benefit from just having a bit of time in this space and thinking maybe when there are not people in there, or if the people are going to be there, they're moving, something to sort of elevate it to, I guess, a bit more of a level of awareness that we would all want to go there. Those sort of things would help a lot, I think.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. I think what I'll do is, when Johan's good, it's Johan, and when it's bad, it's Johannes. Like your mother used to call you. John.
When you're in trouble.
Okay, next print is up. Thank you. Johannes. We have an 82, so a semi-finalist. David, you may challenge. 87, and you've got 84, 86, 78 and 74.
What a delightful piece that rewards you for inspecting this image closer. Obviously the note-like formation that the keys present us here says to me that the musician is trying to unlock this piece of music. They're trying to discover this piece of music. And that narrative is not only reinforced by the initial presentation, but what's hidden in those shadows. You'll see there's sheet music that's lying within those shadows, and therefore I see that the piece hasn't been unlocked because the padlock remains closed. And so there's a real strong narrative here. There's a delightful sort of little play in the contrast, the warmth of the construction of the note, both blues and reds that are presented to us. But when you sort of get down low in this and you sort of look down there, you'll see the sheet music that I'm seeing there, fellas. No, you can't see the sheet music? Right there.
Okay.
Yeah. And so therefore there's this depth in the narrative, and you know, it's not just a superficial sort of piece. It allows you to ponder that depth. Get right down there, Pete. As I said, leg day.
Yeah. Okay. Who else would like to comment? Fiona? Sure.
I had to dig really deep to get that narrative, like get down low. Completely missed the sheet music, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. As I said with a previous print, test print. What you see on your screen is fabulous, no doubt about it, but when you go to a print, which this is a print competition, just have a little bit of more patience with your printing process and bring out that detail in the black so we don't miss something as important as that narrative.
Yep. Andrew? Yeah, sure.
I think the photographer is inviting us to find the right key.
Boom tish.
If I may have a little bit of decorum, please. I'm sorry I allowed that to everybody out there in video land. 87, if you'd like to rescore everybody else. David, are you having a right of reply, are you?
Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
So yeah, no, completely echo Fiona's sort of test print, because obviously, I mean, I got it and was able to sort of get there, but sometimes if it's too subtle, then the communication isn't effective. But it's there, and that's where I'm at, why I'm in the high 80s. I encourage you to join me, please.
Thank you, David. My apologies for being off-put by Mr. Campbell's outburst. We have 83, a semi-finalist. Thank you for the discussion. Next print, please. Let's just be mindful of the time, judges. I'm not wanting to rush you in any way, but just careful utilisation of the time resources we have available to us is much appreciated. You guys haven't got anything either.
Spinning wheel. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I've got a blank screen too. Let's blame Chris.
Yeah, blame Canada. That's the way.
So everybody scored, I'm assuming? Everybody has adjudicated? Yeah, well, the computer says no at the moment. Oh. Yep, hit refresh. Oh, it's bounced me out. I love it. Oh, you've been kicked out. Wow, geez, Naomi's been kicked out. I'm sorry, we're just going to have to close this room now. Okay, what do we do? Where's the big cheese? Where's the boss? Yeah.
Actually, I have. You should say that. Can I do my music?
So I'm just going to try and log on again. It's called Scribe 3 at, was it my?
No.
In your pocket. That's it. Yeah.
Let's broadcast that, Pete.
If you all want to go to the website, this is where you go to. Peter, yeah, www.betterphotography.com. And if you want to sign up to the, do that to me, Face ID, oh God almighty, I don't know. Apples are so helpful, aren't they? Now, Steve Jobs, if you're listening to me from the other side. Hey? No, they're still looking at the print. I think we're good, thank you.
Yes, Eclipse. Oh, it has to borrow some sort of astronomical or something like that. Partial eclipse, or total eclipse. I'm sure there's one there somewhere. Yes. What phase are we in?
I just can't deal with this technology and be sociably demanding and attractive at the same time. It's just, it's like doing a workshop on Photoshop, you know, when you're showing people how to use Photoshop and you're trying to answer a question, then you come back to Photoshop and you look at it blankly, and the person 3 rows back from the edge said, you've got to use F27 to do it or whatever. They know what you're doing, but you've got no idea. My grandfather always told me it was better to be socially pleasant than statistically correct. But he never used Photoshop, did he?
And your grandfather passed away young?
Yeah, he did pass away before. Well, let me see. Yeah, so well before Photoshop. So we've got something happening, thank you. Alrighty, so we have a semi-finalist, we've got a commended with a score of 78. Just a quick comment. Fro, you can make a quick comment. You put your hand up and made eye contact.
It's very well seen, well composed, great choice of paper. To improve the image, there are some reflection happen exactly in the middle of the image, some shadow line, which easily could be fixed in post-production for a higher score.
Thank you.
Well done to photographer.
Great, thank you. Next print, please. You able to handle that, Karen? Do you know how to use this system? No, okay. Well, I hope you can help me because I haven't purchased any entries yet. Scribe 3, live competition, print categories. I'm getting pretty good at this. Everybody back on live streaming is listening to me and saying, I just wish he would be quiet. Fantastic, I'm there.
Have you got my score yet, Pete?
I haven't got anybody's score yet. I'm pressing refresh madly, trying to regain some sort of reputation. But I've got 2 out of 5 scores. So how are Faro, Fiona and David going? You're all in? Okay, I've got all the scores. We're going to have a chat about this, which is wonderful. So we do have a finalist by majority one way or the other. I'm not too sure what the score is. Let's have a look here. They don't know either, so it's around about, I'm going to guess it's 91, which is great. I'm going to challenge. Oh, actually, I don't know if it's 90 or 91. I haven't got the information yet, whether you're allowed to challenge. But I'll challenge on your behalf. It's 90, so you can actually challenge. You want an elective challenge, or you want me to challenge, in which case you don't get right or reply? Okay, so you just get one comment, and mindful of time. Over to you. 95. Is that a good score?
95 is a good score. 95 for me is a stellar score. It's a finalist score and a high, really right smack bang there. The palette on this is just beautiful. We've got these really warm, earthy tones that were brought in. And then the breast of this now deceased bird here has just a hint of warmth in it. I believe this bird may be some kind of white-eye bird. And you look at that little white ring that's right around its eye and how it's fading away. It's got these little black flecks in it that sort of, say it's now deceased. So this narrative is just deliciously rich. It's the quality, the choice of the paper, the print that sort of sits there. We've talked about printing, this is printed exquisitely well. 95.
Okay. Faro, I'm going to talk to you, don't you?
Yes. Yeah, I believe that there is narrative here, but for me, narrative needs more development. Why? Because it's I think I can see my interpretation of there is like a dead bird in the center of the green leaves and the green background is talking about perhaps climate change and all the consequences of we are killing our world, our animals, our greens, our forests, everything. But I think I really need like a something bold to talk to me in the image and bold there is some crisis happen. So for that reason, I'm saying the creative narrative needs more development. If you can just address that issue, I really find this image very intriguing. I'll come up.
If I had a right of reply, I would, but we ain't got
Andrew? No, Fiona. I'll go Andrew next.
Not quite sure I go with that interpretation, and I guess that's the joy of this. We all get to see something different. I'm seeing just this wonderful stillness, this grace in death in this instance. This looks like a fantastic homage, if you like, to the, what's his name? Banks, the chap who went out with... That's the one. And did all those amazing illustrations. That it's got that vibe to me where I could see it as a wall portrait, as a piece of art.
Okay. Fiona, did you want to comment?
I was absolutely up there in the finalists with this one with you, David. It's just stunning. For me, it had all the feels. It had visual impact straight away and the superior level of handling of those tones, textures, the printing. That bird is lifting up off the leaf. If you stare at it, it actually becomes a three-dimensional image. It's just sublime. Come with us into the finalist category.
Okay, thank you, judges. You're all free to rescore. Yours is broken, that's right. Mine's been broken 27 times today and we're only up to print 33.
print 17.
So I'm just trying to refresh to see what you've all done. And worst case scenario, I shall walk over to what everybody else in the world can. Well, they can't see anything either. Sorry, Naomi, was I supposed to hear that? Oh, I didn't have Andrew's. I don't have anybody's. Okay, 93. So, well done. Finalist. Beautiful print. Next print, please. So again, it doesn't matter whether it's 90 or 93 because it all goes into the finalist judging anyway, but the photographer will certainly appreciate the extra 1 or 2 points. Of course, they'll probably be saying why it wasn't at 94, but that's all right.
Is there recognition for high scoring?
I'm not too sure. I don't know. My role is just to make sure you lot are under control.
Can't promise that.
Wasn't even on offer.
thinking we've got a 79. Is that correct? Yep, 79, so it's in the commended range. And do you wish? Yep, you may.
Cool. I gave this an 84. I love the chaos of the single person with all those bags and things underneath them. I love the simplicity of the white figures as they're guided towards that figure, and an element of pressure. The surrounding is, there's an element of classic and modern together, but then there's this solitary figure, which I keep coming back to, and it's the strength of this that made me give it a semi-finalist position. And I awarded it for that.
Okie doke, David.
Yeah, I was at 78, and the reason I held at 78 was I don't need answers to the narrative, but I need to get a pathway to the narrative. And while the figures are focused, they're pointing towards this non-plus sort of figure that doesn't give us any energy back. I'm looking to the other pointers within here, like the screen that's here on the left, or the writing that seems to think that we're at some sort of photography conference that's sort of printed there. But it doesn't give me enough information to at least lead me on a pathway and create my own narrative on that.
Okay, Farah, yep, sure.
Johan, I think I'm in your page. I really want to bring this print to semi-finalists, which I believe that it
Microphone
sits...
close to your mouth.
Too much?
No, closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which I believe that the print really deserve to be recognized as a semi-finalist. It's like a rehearsal for dancers or performances. So because of that, you can see a group of people just practicing, group of people just gathering, planning. And there is one specific person as actually in the left side of the image, and the movement of his body or her body is just make your eyes like a circle, see that person, go to the right side of the image, then come to the dance. So there is a composition, is very well handled here. I know there is some pieces there is like a bit of bright, but actually those pieces add to the composition of the image. It's really hard to take photos in this kind of huge building, and the lighting works perfectly. All details you can see in every single spot. For that reason, I think this image really deserves to sit in semi-finalists.
Okay, thank you. Right of reply. Do you need?
Cool. The strength of those characters within this story forgives the environment for its uninvolvement in the story. And I think the story is about those characters, and the environment is just supporting them structurally, not visually. And the layering allows it to be present at multi-levels. I gave it an 84. All I'm asking is for you to bring it up to semi-finalists. We're very close.
Thank you, Johan. If you'd like to keep your score at 84, other judges, you're ready to rescore. We have an 81 and a semi-finalist. Thank you, judges. Mindful of the time, judges, we need to expedite our process. Next print, please. We have a score of 86, so it's a finalist. We've got 2 people who can challenge. Hey? Well, there are 2 of you on 91, so it doesn't matter. But we've also got a 78, an 86 and an 84. So we're going to have a discussion.
I'll take the challenge if I may,
All
Peter.
right, okay, off you go.
Thank you. The purple is what brought me into gold, or into finalists, I should say. The purple is a regal colour, and we have a pair of what looks to possibly be some kind of kestrel that is sort of, they're snuggled in together here, and it's almost like the narrative for me was like this is ready for the passing, this is ready for the transition, whether they're about to be a bonfire, whether it's about to be, just disappear into darkness. But it's the relationship between the posing between these 2 birds that are deceased and that purple that sort of brings a certain level of, as I said, regalness to this. It's a really rich in its tonality, highlighted by that little beak on the left-hand side that brings us right in to the focus on these faces. Excellent communication, superior levels.
Thank you. Fro.
I give it 78 in commended area because of the narrative you tell. So it's, for me, is the narrative of love, and these 2 birds just died together, and it's so beautiful. It's very well represented, but I feel like it's not real. The image looks like should be symmetry because of the whole purple dry leaves around. It's like 2 birds is slightly went to the left side of the image, and because the left side of the image, it has a bit more shadow. It's more heavier than the right side of the image. So naturally, my eyes just want to go out of the frame.
Okie doke. Anybody else like to make a comment? Johan? Yeah?
Some birds mate for life, and sometimes there is love and death. And this image represents that super strong with the colours, the closeness, the intimacy of these 2 birds. And there's a power in that you can't avoid. And that, for me, was a power to bring it up out of the ordinary and into finalist category.
Thank you. David?
I think it's been said.
Okay. If you keep your score, David, at 91, other judges, please take on board the comments and you can rescore. Andrew's in. We have an 87, a semi-finalist. Thank you. Next print, please. We've got some new print handlers here. Hey, the other guys gone on strike, have they? Okay, next print, please.
It's upside down.
Upside orientation. Okay, other way around, guys.
You should be fired. Just walk out.
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but we will be talking a little bit later on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It just seemed we were away.
Okay, that's right. Thank you.
It's all right, we're a very forgiving egalitarian society here, yeah. But it does cost you a glass of red wine tonight, yeah. I'm going to be drunk tonight. I think I'm up to 5, yeah, 4 or 5, yeah. I'm doing well.
Sorry, I have to go back in.
No, you guys haven't got anything either. We have a score of 78, so it's a semi-finalist. Some wonderful shapes, a lot of symmetry in there. We've had discussion before about how the sky fits in with the actual architecture itself, and maybe the photographer can consider that. It's very dark down the bottom in comparison, so maybe just a little imbalance. Other people would say that that weights it nicely, but great image, maybe a little bit more contrast in the printing. Next print, please. Do you need to have a spot?
Is that right?
Yes. Yes, Steve can drop in for you. Yep. And with next print, please. Yep. Andrew is leaving and Steve is joining. And I'm not getting into trouble for that. Good. Dave, you've put yours in? Yep. Okay, no, I'm just checking on my system. I haven't got it. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 81. Good. Okay. Personally, I really enjoy the sepia toning, the little blues and the shadows, and they're just those little hints of red. And I think of the Beche as a little bit in a modern twist in the way that the four images are presented. Delightful, and yeah, I commend the photographer. Next print, please. Okay, have I got to say? Yep, Paul, if you could jump in, please. We have a score of 79, so that is going to, we go to reviews here? No, but anyway, so it's commended, which is great. I think the technique is really arresting. It's focusing the attention. I love the expression on the gentleman. I wonder whether it's possibly just a little overlit. That might be what the corporate client wanted. It's certainly eye-catching, but in the context of an awards, maybe it's just dulling down the background a little bit more would have perhaps had the judges just up into that next range. So it's a difference between making a client happy and making the judges happy. Next print, please.
Could you keep your comments concise?
Sorry, you want the mic?
I'll do my best. Sorry, yes. Johannes. So we are doing reviews just for, I took some advice incorrectly. So that 79 will get a second Guernsey to go from, yeah. We have an 83, very relatively even scoring, which is a semi-finalist, which is great. Beautifully presented, just slightly off-centre the way the eye goes in. I wonder to get into the next level whether there needs to be a point of difference, someone looking over the balcony or whatever, just something to take it into that next range. The client might have said, I don't want any people, in which case that's what we've got, and it's a great image. Next one, please. We have an 86 and a semi-finalist, and Johan's going to challenge on 92. You've got 84, 82, 83 and 88 to work with.
What a wonderful graphic. The beautiful point of tension in the bottom left-hand corner of the smallest window, that bright spark of yellow, the enough information to understand what it is, but then little enough for us not to care and to enjoy the visual extreme beauty of this. The digital representation, the whole thing. I gave it a 92 and I'm happy with that.
Okay. Who else would like to talk? Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, in agreement with your comments, most definitely. The harmony that's created with the bottom half of the image doesn't necessarily match the tension that's being created by that slanted structure. So perhaps splitting the composition in two could have elevated it for me a little bit more.
Johannes, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I may be a little tough there, but I'd like you to, can you address also the choice of paper selection in this print competition? I'm finding that initially I was wondering, was this image had a little banding or something in it? And I noticed it was actually the texture of the paper, and I see that within the tiles in the print. And whether you think that enhances, whether it's deliberate, just for your pitch to us.
Okay, right of reply.
Without wanting to be flippant, it didn't concern me.
Okay.
Yeah, I enjoyed it for the visual that I had. I enjoyed it for the strength of the strong yellow line, the opposing blues, and then the digitization of the tiling on the back. It's striking. And in a commercial category, you want to get attention, and it got my attention.
Thank you, Johannes. So if you'd like to keep your score, and others, if you can rescore. Okay, we've got 86, so it's a semi-finalist. Beautiful image. Thank you. Next print, please. You should all be ashamed of yourselves, you know, because you're looking, there's the print over there, you should be getting your binoculars out and looking at them. I know, I'm staring. I'm sure you'll be looking at the prints when they go up on the wall afterwards, so like we all will. Yeah. All right, I'm not seeing an awful lot. David, you in?
I am.
So we have a commended at 79, and it will go for review. Yes, was it Jeffrey Smart? Great, I guess, sense of balance and direction in the image. I wonder whether a little cropping off the top might help, but then again, looking at Smart's work, he often had those 2:3 ratio images as well. So beautifully seen, possibly a little bit light for my sentimentalities as I see it. Next print, please. I'm just trying to make sure you have some lunch, that's all. Yeah. Now, so I will do a little bit of the commentary just to speed things up so that when there are chats that you guys want to have, you've got the time to do that properly. I am very thoughtful. Yep. Yeah. My wife doesn't always agree with me, but... Yeah. Measure twice, cut once. You're doing well, don't worry. All good. That was a challenging one. We have an 85, which is a semi-finalist, and we've got Johannes on 92, taking the stage once again.
If Game of Thrones had finesse, it would look like this. It's subtle, it's beautiful, it's sharp, it's organic, it's got mystery, it's got information, and then it's got misinformation. It's just simple. It's balanced and unbalanced. It's all these things, and it creates curiosity. And I gave it a 92. Yeah.
You gave it a 92 indeed.
Yes, I did.
Fiona, you gave it a little less than 92, so I'm going to ask you next.
Just a wee bit less. I'm lost. I can't see a purpose or narrative in a commercial sense. It's not making me want to buy or invest in anything. I'm a little uncomfortable with the tones being warm in the centre and green to the top. I'm listening. Please talk to me.
Steve would like to have a chat. That you made eye contact with me, so that's...
Thanks, mate. Yes, I feel that the technical ability is really there. I gave it a semi-finalist. However, perhaps the visual communication needs perhaps that little bit of work. So mirroring fees kind of comments. I'd like to hear a little bit more about perhaps the intent of the photographer.
So David here at 85, the reason I gave it 85 is I thought what a marvellous way of making a static object dance. I saw this sort of ballerina-like-esque sort of staccatic kind of image there that was on stage. And then I was looking further to take it beyond my 85, and that's where I'm looking to sort of get some more interpretation there that Johannes might be able to lift my score a little.
Okay. Well, you were already up on 87, so you've done...
87 was I? I thought I was at 85.
That's right, no,
That's okay.
that's cool. Yeah.
Cool, you're just creeping up already, just like that. Wow. Cool. There's little small details, perhaps not a commercial image as such, but definitely a strong self-promotion image that a photographer might have to say, hey, look, I'm creative and I'm a little bit weird. In a good way, in a good way. And I think we need to be able to do this, and this is a category where we get to express. It's great, it's just got such a dance in a balletic way, but at the same time there's order and structure, and it's organic. I gave it 92. Give it some love.
Next, judges, if you'd like to rescore, Johannes, re-enter in yours, 92.
And it scored 85 or 87?
85 was the average,
Right,
according to my computer.
I'll give it some love when I'm allowed to.
Yeah, I've got a spinning.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to get in there. Oh, honestly, I want to...
I've got a log in.
Okay, there we are.
You got to re-log in, have you? Yeah.
Love sent. Love transmitted.
Okay. Alrighty, so we've got an 88 and a very strong semi-finalist. Thank you, judges. Great comments. Next print, please. You want to? Yep. Okay. Jackie, could we have you in, please? And Paul, I'll get you. Sorry, is that? Yep. And Paul, I'll get you to change over in a couple of prints as well. Yeah. Well, I'm going to give you a break for a little while. I'll put Jackie in for a little while anyway. Much as I love you. No, where does she need to sit? Jackie? We don't want David sitting on your lap. Come on. You logged in? Log in. Come on. Time's money.
No, I'm logged in.
Lunch is getting closer.
Yes, I've got an old image here. You know?
You've got an old image?
So if I just say
You should look at me. I have a really old image.
yeah, here we go. I'm good.
Okay. We have a semi-finalist at a score of 81.
A delightful series of portraits, possibly from a play. My only little observation would be the guy on the bottom, second from the right, maybe just a little bit larger than the others. It's just a little tiddly thing, but I think the expressions, the use of light, etc., that for a cast they would be delighted with that as a set of images. Next print, please. I won't ask you what you're laughing at, Johannes. Riveting. Yes, that's when you pin someone down and don't let them go. Paul, I'll put you in for Johannes after this print, thank you. We have an 83, which is a semi-finalist. Yeah, you can say something quickly if you like. Oh, you want a challenge? You can.
Yeah, okay,
you should.
Let's do it.
Yeah, you should do it, 100%.
I'm in a position to challenge. Yeah. I thought this was masterfully printed. Look at the texture in the water against the structure here. It's got a real sort of leather bound, sort of, leather sort of it's done there. And I thought that the little highlight there in the, or the little highlight down the bottom left there gave it some sort of reference point as opposed to just being a large negative space, a large void. And then we look across and we go, well, what's that tubular structure over there? So it gets us to explore, and those contrasts really invite us in. And I thought it was really well done, and that's why I gave it that score.
Thank you, Steve.
What score was that? Sorry.
It got 83.
83. Yeah.
But I was at 88.
Ah, I see.
Quite a challenge,
yeah. The compositionally, I think it is well refined. Perhaps a little bit over sharpened in terms of post-production, and that does kind of pull that tonality back. Perhaps also an expanded tonality could have helped the texture of the water mesh better in terms of that composition. One thing that I really did enjoy was that juxtaposition between the scale. But yeah, the printing quality I noticed perhaps wasn't as where it should have been or might have been.
Okay.
Interesting that what takes one judge one way brings the judge another way, and for me it's the contrast as opposed to the meshing, So but nonetheless, I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, judges. If you'd like to rescore, David, if you could keep yours at 88. The entrant will enjoy listening to those disparate views. It's good. And I'm pressing my buttons madly. Wish people knew how to press my buttons better sometimes, but anyway. 83, we haven't moved too far, but there we go. Thank you for the comments, that's great. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. We'll welcome. It was 83. We've got a judge change. Paul's returning to the fray. Johan has been let off for good behaviour. Yeah, we've got another print on its way. Uh-oh.
The wheel's been turned.
We have an aberration. All good.
I'm not Indian, maybe.
This image has a score of 69, which is below the award range. The thoughts for the photographer is perhaps that there are a lot of areas of complete jet black. I know it's not a colour image, but often just after, or just as it's getting dark, you can get a little bit of tonality in the sky, and that might give you a bit of better separation with the buildings behind. There's a lot of black in the foreground, so maybe recropping in a little bit more tightly, or even a panorama might give it a stronger feel. Next print, please. Still working. Oh. I'm doing better than it, that screen. Yeah, it's in according to me here. Isn't that interesting? It's not there. Oh, was it an auto challenge, was it, or something?
No, just wasn't.
No. Okay, we have an 80, which is a semi-finalist. Quick comment maybe from Paul.
Love the spiral nature of it. The colour palette is nice as well with the golds. I just find the white elements in the spiral just a little bit dominating.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Yep, Johan, could you step in for this? Just give Johan your device. Oh, actually, what's it got? Right. Print scored a 71, which is below the award range. I wonder whether the colour balance that possibly shot with tungsten light is a little bit strong, and when we're getting in on the actual cutting of the meat, etc., how does the background actually help that? And maybe a different camera angle, perhaps up and down and getting right into the action, which is what I think the photographer is trying to illustrate, would perhaps make a stronger composition. Next print, please. That was a pretty good comment from a vegetarian.
Considering we want to see more meat. Better angle on
No, I have...
on the produce.
Yeah. I've just been back from a sheep and cattle station for a couple of weeks over in New Zealand, so I'm not making any comments. They did feed me vegetarian though. Black mark against my name though. We are judging the commercial category of the Australian Photographic Prize, proudly sponsored by Epson, and the winning prize for the winner is going to be an Epson SCP 906A2 size printer, which is a fantastic device. I own one myself, otherwise I wouldn't be doing this commercial. No, I mean I do this commercial because I have one. How are we going, girls? Sorry, ladies, women, your majesties. Okay, it's come up quickly. We've got a 79, so this will go for review. The whites and the blacks are well handled, but I wonder whether there is a little bit too much black and whether it is a little bit too severe. It's hard to tell because sometimes in the context of the magazine or the other images that might work perfectly, but even perhaps a square frame could perhaps strengthen that a little as well. Just some observations. Next print, please. This is scored 74, and that is just below the commercial commended standard. I think the composition is strong in a, it's a challenging composition, which I like. I like the fact that there's a large area of negative space or positive space, depending how you're talking about it. But with that large area on the bottom, on the left over here, I wonder whether some of the displays of light could be enhanced tonally, or maybe we just need some centre of interest to just break that up, because I feel it's just a little bit dominant. But great. I like the composition very much. Next print, please. And my phone is trying to copy, translate, and share all of the comments I've just made. Next print, please. Thank you.
What language is it translating to?
Italiano.
Klingon.
Klingon. How you going, Jackie?
Sorry, I'm just having a good look at it.
Okay, we have a semi-finalist with a score of, I'm going to guess, around 85. I can't quite see at the moment. 86, I was close. David's going to challenge. David, you've got 81, 83, 86, 87, and you are on 92.
92, yeah. I thought this deserves to be a finalist. I see initially sitting back from the chair here a fabric that has been stitched, those yellow stitches that are sort of pulling in there. It gives it a certain level of tension. And then I really appreciate the precision to the geometry that's been applied here from the point of view that the photographer has taken this image. And so we've got this really exquisite geometry that's perfectly balanced. And of course we have then we see it's an airport, because of course we now can see the aircraft that's sort of sitting here in a nice little position there on just off centre there, on the almost probably even to a rule of thirds kind of business there. But this is just happens, everything is checked here. And then you get down to the quality of the print and you go, oh, look at this, there's a bit of mottle in that grass. No, that's the grass. It's not the mottle of the print, it's the mottle of the grass. And so it's perfectly presented to us. Excellent, exquisite piece.
I'd like to understand, I'd like to comment too about the actual plane itself, because there's a real tension in the way and the shape of the plane. Is that, you know, it doesn't matter to me whether it's stuck in or not, but I could see that as a real highlight, the fact that it doesn't seem to fit, but it does fit, if you know what I mean. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'd be interested in comments as well. Paul? Yeah.
Look, I think it's an interesting image. The circle down the bottom is very reminiscent of an aircraft dial, you know, thing, which I think is interesting. With the aircraft, what confuses me with the aircraft is the angle. It's either, as you surmised, Peter, been placed in there, or it's actually been photographed from quite an angle, and it's been straightened. And to me, it just kind of it jars, just ever so slightly.
Just quickly, perhaps I gave it a very high semi-finalist. For me, in order for it to become a finalist, maybe some consideration on paper choice and or that printing directive could have elevated it more. But I'm welcome to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, you right of reply?
So the way I see the plane here is I actually see this as the human interaction in the built environment. We can build things quite precise here, but you've got a pilot, a human figure at the wheel of this aircraft, and so maybe they just didn't quite line up properly, right on that line or whatever it is, you know, and so the person who's now shooting this is now, you know, cursing the pilot for not sort of, but it adds a sense of certain level of tension, and that tension is great because it adds to the dialogue of the print rather than just give them what's sort of seen in perfection. So I would really encourage my judges to join me and make this piece a finalist, because I think it deserves that conversation.
Thank you. David, if you keep your score at 92, the other judges, please take on board the comments and rescore. Okay, so it is an 88, a very high semi-finalist. Thank you very much, judges. Next print, please. I'm not quite too sure yet, because we're not too far away, and then we've got the reviews. I just can't let you while these guys are starting. And then we've got reviews. How many reviews are there? Not too sure. Yeah, okay, you don't think I think so. Yeah. Well, we've got some interesting scores here again, haven't we? So we have a semi-finalist with a score of, I'm going to guess, 82, 83. What does it say there? 83, semi-finalist. Paul's going to challenge, so he should. He's on 90. 75, 83, 80, 88.
A spectacularly graphic image. I have absolutely no idea where it is or what it is, but I just really want to know. Colour palette is amazing. It really works. And that's red on the side, whilst it could be seen as a distraction, it's actually a real point of interest to me. So yeah, great image.
I guess it's David. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the other end of the scale. I'm at 75 because I'm trying to establish the relationship between these pieces, and there is there's no connection between these pieces, even image-wise, because we've got this white space here that doesn't have that tonality there. I think I'm going to have some judges that are going to fill me in here, and the contrast for me, I'm looking for a bit more guts and stuff like that. So there was these several issues that took me down to that 75 level.
Steve?
Perhaps the photographer's intention was to create tension. Oh, sorry, the creator's intention was to create tension. One thing that I was so close to going up into that finalist realm. The reason why I'm at a very high 88 is purely because I feel that tension wasn't as deliberate enough as it should have been, and the colour palette actually plays a huge part in that, I feel. Where if perhaps the colours were far more vivid, then that tension that the photographer might want to be creating would have been stronger.
Okay, are we comfortable? Right of reply for young Paul?
Points are well taken. I still think that it's a spectacular image.
It's a finalist. Okay, all right, thank you. Paul, you can reinforce that by rescoring 90, and the other 4 judges may rescore. Any challenging judge cannot change his or her score. We've got 85, okay. A semi-finalist with 85. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Yep. Farol, would you like to, Andrew, would you like to step in, please? Scores, and I'm assuming the average is about 78. Look at that, I'll get pretty good. 78. So that is a commended. And Andrew, you're on 78. Oh, you want to make a comment?
No, I'm on 84.
Oh, you guys just swapped around. Okay, fine. You fooled me. If you did that, it worked. Okay.
We're just trying to keep you on your toes there, Peter.
Challenge, or are we commenting?
There's a challenge. Yeah. Let's talk about this image. It's really interesting. Obviously, with my background, it looks rather like an image of the sun. It's got that kind of reference there, but I'm guessing it's actually something much, much, much closer to us. In fact, I think it's so close to us that they've used photomicrography to get right in there on this what appears to be a very organic and I dare say probably very small object. And it's just intriguing to go into that world and get lost in there and sort of take the moment to see the unseen. So I'd encourage you guys to, if you haven't had a close look, have a closer look, and then let's continue the conversation.
Yeah, thank you for giving us that time, Andrew, because I see like a real saline kind of crystalline structure that's sort of happening here, and following your narrative of sort of otherworldly or something like that, it has a real three-dimensionality now looking at this structure. So yeah, I'm certainly enticed to move my score in the positive direction.
So, anybody else like to comment? Come on, Fiona. I know you were trying not to make eye contact.
Bum bum. Okay. With a scientific photography background, I wanted to recognise this as an organic image. I was somewhere between Andrew's exploding sun or star or some sort of cosmic interaction. I just couldn't find an intent. I couldn't find the point of the image. So, help me.
Or sometimes I think the point is just to draw your attention to something we don't necessarily see every day, and if you head out to the trade show, there's some photomicrography rails there that the guys can show everybody how amazing they can do this sort of thing. I'm encouraging you guys to just bump this into the 80s.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to rescore. Andrew,
You looked out. You mean you can't get into his phone now?
My face doesn't match Paul's face.
Yours is smoother, Steve? Yeah.
Just had the same moment, but that's fine. Waiting. Sorry. The system's not letting me in. Did you refresh? I'm refreshing again.
Refresh.
There we go.
Refresh your refresh.
Thank you.
okay, we have 80, so a semi-finalist.
Semi-finals.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Next bit, please.
So what was that? Oh, sorry, it's okay.
We have a return to normal transmission on the judges.
Jackie's out. She's been kicked out.
I'm going to have to log in again.
Second time, Jack.
Another bottle of wine, isn't it?
No, I already own too many bottles.
Just by the way.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Slowly but surely.
Welcome back to the party.
Mine's logging me out now.
I am serious.
No, you got a blank screen too. It makes me feel better.
It's not my fault.
Press the send. Yeah, press. You're in.
Yeah, Jackie's
Yeah,
sort of
I'm not even,
spiralling,
I'm just waiting.
waiting for it to happen.
Oh, so you haven't scored.
I haven't scored yet. Has anybody? Yeah, it's just I had to log in, but
Yeah, mine's
it's spinning. Has anybody got a phone that I can log into? Oh,
no,
here we
go.
go.
Yep, should be good.
Right. Okay, so I go up there. Live competitions, is it?
Yep.
And then
Yeah,
second
that
down.
one.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, that
No,
was
that's all right,
great.
that's all right.
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we go down to this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I do remember. I'm not that old.
And just don't let Jackie your phone. Look at the mess she's making of her own.
Okay.
Anytime today would be great, Jackie.
Right, I'm there.
You're there. Fantastic. All right. Okay, we have an 84, a semi-finalist.
I'd like to challenge that.
No, you can't.
Oh, I can't.
No.
Oh,
Because
okay.
you've got it. Well, sorry, I haven't got your score. What did you score? 90. You can.
Oh, thank you, sir.
It's just
You're a bit like Miss Trunchbull there. I think this is from Matilda, the musical. I love Roald Dahl, and I think this has really been well handled. Although I don't approve of what Miss Trunchbull is doing to this poor Matilda, but I think the expression on all the kids' faces is printed well. I love the movement in Matilda. You can really feel that she's being pulled back by her plaits, and I think it's a great image. What did you get? 88?
78, 88, 83 and 80.
Okay.
An average of 84.
Right. Well, I feel that this should be a finalist. It's a good commercial work and well deserves to be in the finalists.
Okie doke. Steve with the red boots.
Come on, Mr. Red Boots.
The construction of the concept, I do feel, is really solid. Perhaps what is proving to be a bit of a distraction is that post-production of the movement. I feel that takes over a little bit too much, and it kind of feeds the viewer too much of actually what's happening and distracts from the actual emotion that is going through the actors. Technically, there are some issues with skin tonality, tonality of the print as well, and perhaps even paper choice, where I'm willing to come up a little bit, but perhaps as a finalist I need to be convinced just that little bit more.
You're good. Jackie, right? Oh, David, yeah?
No, I'm just passing there.
Right reply, Jackie?
Yeah. Look, I'm actually enjoying this sort of the rather grungy print choice actually, because I think it's all about this character, Miss Trunchbull. If you haven't read Roald Dahl's Matilda, it's worth reading, and I think it's expressed in this picture.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. If you'd
Right.
like to rescore, Jackie will attempt to rescore at 90. Her device. You're right there, David. You're looking at your
No, I'm
scans.
waiting for spinning wheels of,
No,
yes, the...
I'm good today. There you go.
Yeah, no, I'm all good.
You're good.
I'm submitted and...
No, we have a 85 according to my screen, so not up there, but we have a solid semi-finalist.
Yeah,
Well
let's do
done.
it.
Thank
Nice
you.
solid score. Well done.
Thank you for your comments, judges.
73, so that's just below the end of the standard. I can see shades of Franco Fontana and his wonderfully simple compositions. I think maybe a slightly different lighting. It's very frontal lighting, so it becomes a bit flat. Or if you're going to have that flat, maybe you need to look at the richness of the colour, just something to get a little bit more strength. Composition, though, is wonderful. Next print, please. Next print, please. Next print, please. Next print, please. Come on, I'm here, I'm waiting for that next. Oh, sorry, that is the last print. Okay. Okay, so we've got a review system. That's why I didn't let you go to lunch before all of these hard-working people, just because you're bumming around in the background doing nothing. So thank you, everybody, for judging. That's been a great effort. Do we know what the reviews are? We've got the reviews. You're ready to
roll?
These guys are so official. 2 seconds. You've never done it. Okay. Name's never done it before. We need cards. We do need cards.
We already had a card leading us around, didn't we?
Now, just in case some of you are challenged a little bit, the side with the 3 letters is yes, and the side with the red underline is no. Okay, so we're going to go, and just proof, every side has got both a yes and a no, so there's no tricks. Okay, this is super high technology. And what we're going to do is show you a picture which might have scored 79, which is on the cusp of being commended or a semi-finalist. And the question is, does it go up or does it go down? So if you don't want it to move, you just give me a no. If you want it to move, you give me a yes. And I'm waiting for Naomi now. Would anybody else have any questions about the process here? Naomi will answer when she gets back.
So, Pete, there's no yes or no though on our phone. It's only card-based this time.
I believe it's only card-based now.
Yep, sure. Okay, so we can put the phone away. Yep.
It was next door, it was just card-based.
Right.
Yeah. I think to get that programmed in was an extra $50,000, so that was just a joke. I think it was only 45.
Bargain.
All right, you ready to roll? No? How many do we have?
Six for review.
Shall we just do it with paper? Let's just keep a record, yes or no. Well, they're going to, I can't worry about it, guys, in the background. So let's just do the prints and we'll just take note of what they are. You can just keep a note of where they go up or down. We'll just keep a note. Yep. Just keep those 6 to spare, and then we'll know whether they're going up or down. Okay, all right. So Kat's here, she might be able to do that. Yes or no? So, gentlemen and ladies, this is a 74 at the moment, is that correct, you know? So that is currently below award standard. The question is, should it be commended? Should it manage to get a 75 or not? 74? Yeah, currently 74? Yep. Okay, thank you.
That's different to the 106.
Yeah, I haven't worked it out.
Are you good? You good? You good?
Okay. Can we push the print up, sorry, please? Sorry, that's all right.
Sorry, wait.
Say then.
We've got a different, was that the first one? Yes. Yeah, that was the first one.
Thank you. My word was very close.
You want that one up? There's one of the alleyway. Do you have that one ready to go? Yes. Yeah, let's do that one then next.
Oh, okay, so you're asking here, Pete?
Because that one's on the screen.
Yeah. Can we put the alleyway up on the board, please? Take this one off.
Okay.
Alleyway.
No, we haven't done that one.
Oh, okay, right, gotcha.
So take that one down because it doesn't
We
match
must
the screen.
always bow to the computer. Yes. As life goes on, we'll be doing that all the time. As AI tells us that we're not up to the job. Okay, so this scored a 74, so it is currently below award range of 74. The question is, should it be a commended on this occasion or remain a below award standard? Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Okay, so the next one is actually not. So, no, that's not it. It's the black and white one. Architectural study.
The first one, was it?
No, it wasn't the first one either.
Oh,
That's the one. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, this is also just 74, just below award range. Would it go up to commended, sorry. And we have, yes, this is now a commended at 75.
The previous one was a yes?
The yes, previous one was a no.
No.
And this one here is a yes. Okay. Next
No,
screen,
yes,
please,
no,
which
no,
is...
No.
Sounds like a big group, didn't we?
Yes. Yeah, I'm ready for a break.
So this image is scored a commended, so it's a 79. Should it be going into the semi-finalist range? So it's currently 79. Comfortable with it there? Would you like it to go up to 80? So we are comfortable with it there at 79. It's a commended range.
No. Speak much better up. I'm just doing some clarity between us, you know.
Okay, this image is also currently a commended at 79. Should it be a semi-finalist at 80? It goes up to 80 as a semi-finalist. Thank you, judges. And one more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll just use that. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. I'll
So this is currently a commended image. Should it be a semi-finalist at 80? It's currently on 79. And we're going to leave it on 79 on this occasion. Remains commended. Okay. We're all done. So this has been the commercial category of the Australian Photographic Prize, sponsored by Epson, and I'd like to thank the judges for their kind efforts and because and our print handlers.
Wonderful print handlers. Thank you, guys. And ladies when they were here too. Good job. Thank you, guys.
And Naomi for
Oh,
being the
thank you.
best
You want that?
this year.
Oh.
And you judges may all go and imbibe and eat. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. What time do we come back? Well, I haven't finished my category.
Is it in this room?
What's next?
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that Canson Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color-Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color-Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color-Edge for their image creation. ISO Color-Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that Canson Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts. Keep keeping track of all my shoots, it's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that Canson Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest he offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. We're judging the Photography Photographic Prize in the creative category this afternoon. Here at PSC, this category is proudly sponsored by Wacom. My name is David Blaisdell, and I'll be your panel mentor for this session. A few housekeeping guidelines. If you haven't been here, the bathrooms are just out to the left and around to the right, and you'll find it out here. Our judging panel this afternoon, we have a wide range of judges, a very exciting panel. We have Johannes van Kaan, Jackie Dean, Steve Scalone, Mika Boynton, Jacinta Dalben, Prue Vivari, Craig Wetcham, Emily Black, and Julie Ewing. So quite a panel there. But actually on panel at the moment, for those listening live, we have Craig Wetcham, Jacinta Dalben, Jackie Dean, Steve Scalone, and Mika Boynton. I'm going to just read a little preamble here that we're going to have a look at or listen to prior to us getting stuck into the judging. So as I said, it's the creative category. So you've got to let your imagination go wild through the unusual combination of subjects, textures, colours or viewpoints. Use in-camera or post-production techniques for novel creative effects. The base image and all additional elements must be photographed in origin and captured by the entrant with no text or graphics allowed. The competition allows composite, non-composite and highly manipulated images, but the photographer must have created all components. A 25-word understatement is permitted, and when they have supplied that one, our scribe will read that. As I said, Wacom has sponsored this category for us, thank you. And the winner of this category will get a Wacom 16 tablet, which could be really cool, couldn't it? I mean, I think used to that, but unfortunately not needed. But we're going to get started. Are our print handlers ready? Yeah, we're all good to go. Okay, let's do it. We'll have the first image, please. Yes.
Scribe. Yes. Yep. Oh, no, sorry, no. Okay. Okay, as our scores come in, how's everybody going? Getting there? Are we in? Everybody in? Okay, we're waiting for a little refresh here. This print has scored 76. Let's see. I'm going to, go to the scores here because I'm not sort of seeing what we're meant to be seeing. Just for a comment there, we had a 75. Who was that? Yeah. Yeah, can I just have a quick comment to the print there, please?
Yeah, it's really hard to focus on any one area. I find the composition quite confusing. And my eye keeps going to the red splash, but it doesn't really hold enough information. So interesting reflections, and it's nicely printed.
Right, thank you, Jackie. We'll go to the next print, please. That score was... Scores. Still waiting for you, Craig, is that right? Mm-hmm. Thank you. This print scored 75. Professional practice. Let's just sort of see, checking the scores there though. Sorry. Yeah, take it away. Great. Okay, Steve, with a comment there, please. Yeah.
I'd want to commend the photographer for the use of motion. Definitely keep up with this concept and refine it further. Perhaps in order for this image to elevate into a higher kind of score, consider perhaps cropping, removing some kind of elements like some subtle debris, which could prove as a bit of a distraction.
Simplifying, yeah. Thank you, Steve. We'll go to the next image, please. Saw a few of our judges nodding in agreement there about the simplification process. It is still commended, that's right. So, yeah. Okay, last few scores coming through. Has yours gone through, Craig?
Should be.
Thank you, Craig. Sprint has scored 79. Highly commended. Craig Wetchen would like to challenge this. Craig, I believe you're at 85. Please, Craig.
I think the narrative of this photograph is what really has encapsulated me from the photographer's viewpoint, taking the viewpoint of the bully, making the child feel that very timid. So it's a very brash presentation that the photographer has given us with this photograph, using the symbolism of I'm being descriptive here, but think about the symbolism of what the narrative of the photographer has approached this photograph, and that's really where I rewarded that photographer into that range of semi-finalists, just from a superior level of narrative and concept to really present that concept to us.
Jackie Dean. You're at, I think, what was your score? 73?
72.
Right.
Yeah, I think technically this has been let down really by the highlight on her arm and also the vignette around. I think it's a great idea and a great editorial feature for bullying or depression or a great concept. But I think the highlights, they need handling better for an award.
So Mika was in the semi-finalist category there as well, or judging. Can I hear your thoughts, please?
Yeah, I was. I got a real emotion from this photograph. It's very good at conveying. I got a different interpretation, which is interesting. I felt that this was talking about people wanting more and needing more, and you feeling like you are powerless to stop that, and that hand, that one hand that's saying, please stop. The thing that held it back from going even higher for me is that one little spot of light that has reached down, but possibly between the figure's arms, that has reached the ground, and that to me distracted somewhat from the message. But I think it's a very strong image.
Great. Craig, you've got a right of reply there.
I think we got to look past, something. I appreciate what you're saying, Mika. If you haven't been bullied before, you feel like you're under the spotlight, you're under that harshness, you're under that really brash environment of the life that you are being spotlighted under. And that's, I think the photographer has really conveyed that narrative and really brought that brashness of the photograph to us. And the highlights, I think that adds that extra little element of being so brash and so under that spotlight. So that's why I awarded that in a finalist, semi-finalist category.
So Craig, your score of 85?
My score is 85.
85, and it's locked in there?
Yep.
So Craig, can you please re-enter 85?
Yep.
And our other four judges, please rescore.
At this stage, you've got
So it's 79 currently.
Thank you.
Prit now has semi-finalists at 82. Congratulations. Thank you. Next print, please. those listening in live stream land, as is said, this is the Oz Photography Prize in the creative category, sponsored by Wacom. We're here at PSC today and tomorrow, judging. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 86, semi-finalist. Congratulations. Very even across there. Let's just have a look at the scoring range here. But Mr. Wetchin's shot his hand in the air there because he's out at 93, and I would like to have a chat about this. So yes. Craig, just so you know, everybody else was in the 80s, mid-80s there. That's what you were.
It's all right, yep. I scored at 93 for a couple of things. One, just a superior level of visual communication. I'm getting this very gothic, thinking the Borg, if we want to go Star Trek, that sort of stuff, and that superior visual communication that we're looking at. That quality, the professional, the printing is just so sublime. I mean, you're constantly drawn to the body, but then you go to the face and you've got this real beautiful brush stroke of movement going in there. So it gives that energy and that movement and motion. So you're adding another level of photographic communication there. So I'm really rewarding this up into that, into the finalist range, and I think you guys can come along with me.
I'd like to hear from Jacinta, please. You were at 84, is that right, I think?
85, I think. Was that 85?
84.
Oh, 84, okay. I agree, it's an extremely powerful image to look at. I was trying to crop this in a way, it actually reminds me of a heart. If you block the top of the head off, to me it reminds me of a heart. So the colour range here, I think, reflects that. The only thing that probably held me back, Craig, was the colour separation. If you see at the top within the reds, it's quite warm, and at the bottom I'm getting a bit of magenta tone. I don't know if that is deliberate, if that's how it's meant to be, but just the tiny little things there which were holding me back.
I'm going to go to Steve Scalone, please, because Steve, you were at the high end, you were what, at 86?
Yeah.
That's sort of in good support,
Absolutely. I've conceptually, the photographer has placed the composition beautifully in terms of just keeping it low enough to create that tension, and yet we're smearing up in towards somewhat of a bit more of a headroom, so that the composition really is what I kind of commended most. I am, and I'd love to hear others' thoughts, I found that the tattoo-esque markings on the sort of abdomen, perhaps a little bit too confusing, perhaps not deliberate enough, or I just don't understand further into what the creator's saying. And yeah, as mentioned, I'm very high up into the semi-finalists. Right. So yeah,
great.
Always listening.
Craig, you've got a right of reply to address some of those points.
I had all the words in my head, and now they're just gone, boom. Look, we're in the creative category. We're in an area where a photographer is really pushing the boundaries and between graphic arts and photography. Now, if this, I think overstepping the idea of looking past some of the faults that you're thinking about, I can get way past that, because we got to look at the lighting. Let's look at the lighting, the craftsmanship, what the photographers conceptually put forth to us. You look at the feathers, they almost look like feathers, but yet it looks like they're spit it out, Craig, veins and the energy that's really where, coming from you, Steve, is that energy through that photograph. Very ethereal and Gothic-like as well. And having that movement and motion really brings that emotion of liveliness to the photograph.
So Craig scored 93, currently scores 86.
So I'm at 93, so yeah.
So Craig, please round to your score of 93, and our other 4 judges will now rescore the print. Okay, it's running around doing the calc. The mice are scrambling. We now have finalists, 90. Congratulations. Good debate. Well done. Thank you very much. Miko, I'm going to ask you to step off for the moment. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I'm going to invite Emily Black to the panel. And we're going to go to our next print. Judges. For those listening at home, our current panel, Craig Wetchen, Jacinta Dalben, Jackie Dean, Steve Galone, and Emily Black. Craig, you in?
I am in now.
Print has scored 83 as a semi-finalist. We have 2 hands up there. No, let's sort of see. So we have, just so at the moment, so hang on, Jackie, just hang on a tick. Just so we know, you also have support there. We actually have a judge that's higher than you. Okay? So I'm just working out the challenge and whether you'd like the higher judge to...
You were quicker. Okay,
Go on, Emily. Have a go. So Emily Black, just so we know, Emily was at 92, Steve at 83, Jackie at 90, Jacinta at 71, and Craig... 77 was it? Right, okay, so let's have because we're going to have quite a comprehensive talk here, so judges sort of get on track here, because I'm going to come to most of you here, because this is going to be a very interesting debate, I think.
I get a right of reply too.
You do get a right of reply,
Okay.
This is an elective challenge.
All right. So, I scored this 92 because it does provide us an exceptional level of visual communication. We have that tiny little bird, and what does that harsh structure look like? Feathers. Clever. Very clever. So I'm interested to hear what other people have to say now.
Okay. So, Jacinta, you're at the other end of the scale there.
Yes, it definitely has visual impact. For me, I just thought it was too obvious in beat. To me, it looks like the Opera House. We've got some sense of movement, and I don't know if that bird in the top is adding to the actual message of the image, which maybe that could be what you've got there, Em, in feathers. I would have cropped it completely and had rotated it and made it look like something that's not so obvious.
Jackie Dean was right there on, she's at 90. I'm going to come to you, Craig, shortly.
Well, coming from Sydney, this is a very familiar sight for me, and it's so unusual to see the Opera House projected in this way. And I'm really, I think the photographers have done such a wonderful job actually fragmenting it the way they have. And it looks like tulle, it looks like dancing. I mean, the Opera House is about music and entertainment, and this is what this image is doing for me. And And I'd like you to reconsider your scores because this is such a powerful picture. And I haven't seen anything like this. The Opera House is so photographed, over-photographed, and this is just something very delicate and very different, beautifully printed.
We're going to get a couple of comments more for Jackie there. So we're going to go to Craig, and then we're going to come to Steve. Emily's going to have a right of reply, and we're all going to have another crack.
Yeah, look, this is very clever. Now and here, ICM, intentional camera movement. I scored at 77, and I'm sorry I scored at 77. It is very clever, and I'm really glad you scored it where you did, Emily. And it's so handy. That movement and that bird holding still adds that extra little element of that movement, that intentional camera movement, adding that structure of a structure that's so familiar, but yet we feel so it's very abstract. So, and the bird adds that extra little cookie. So, beautiful, Steve.
Great, quick. Yep.
And mirrored to that point, I actually found that the use of the bird, such a disjointed connection to the frenetic feel of the abstractness. Hopefully I'm making sense, but to me it comes in as a complete stop to the point where we almost feel like, is that a mark? And I feel that the intent is there, but whether it's deliberate enough to actually place all of that in context.
So Emily's got her right of reply.
Okay, it's got so many levels to this because we know that that's a harsh structure. We do know that it's the Opera House because of the shape of it. It has been photographed differently. I don't know if you've ever looked at a feather under a microscope or up really close in macro. There's so many little, intrinsic little lines and shapes and things in that. That looks like that's what the Opera House is a feather under a microscope. It's really clever. And that fact that we have to come up really close and have a good look at that, we spot that it's a bird. It full stops us. It tells us all what we need to see. So I'm strongly urging you to come up into that finalist range.
So on that full stop, Emily's score of 92 remains there. And our other four judges now take all that on board, all that info, and give us a new score. Our scores. '88 semi-finalists, strong semi-finalists. And sometimes the value is not in actually the end result, but actually in the dialogue, because it's not only for the entrant, but everybody else in the room and everybody listening on live stream understands the, quite wide-ranging views and the interpretations, and they're all really valuable. So thank you. We'll go to our next print, please. Julie, next print. So as our scores come in, looking forward to getting all these in our chat. We've got a big afternoon ahead of us. We're going to keep cracking through these. So we're going to get our final couple of scores there, please. Print score is 87, so it's a high semi-finalist. Now, considering we're not 5 points off there anymore, we can't do that though, but I know that, can I get a comment on this, because this is a really strong print there. Jackie Dean, please.
Yeah, I actually scored this 91. It's beautifully printed, and I think the photographers worked very hard on this image. The only distraction is the twigs going off at the top. It needs some space above there, but I actually enjoy the fact it's not centred. And it's very beautifully done.
Sometimes those last couple of elements are the difference between being a semi-finalist and a finalist. Thank you for that. We'll go to our next print, please. Actually, I'm going to do, sorry, just hold for a minute. I'm going to do a judge swap there. Jacinta, can I ask you to step off? Thank you for your time there. I'm going to invite Julie Ewing to join the panel. And in that time, we'll go to our next print too. Thank you, print handlers. Yes, for those who have never been to a live judging, the awards of this type survive on the back of our print handlers and getting our prints up and down. They're sort of the engine that drives this thing and makes it all sort of happen for us. Yes, Farouk, can I get you just to step in just for this print, please? No, sorry, I beg your pardon. We've got a spare, sorry, okay. Where, Mika, can I get, no? Okay, give me a tick. Yep, okay, Jackie. I have to refresh. Yeah, sometimes it's multiples, unfortunately. Scores are coming in, just waiting on a couple more. Yep. We've got Jackie and Steve. Okay. And Julie, so it's just Emily and Craig we're waiting on there. Great. You got a trouble there? You're okay? Creative. Yep. Sometimes our judges get booted out and now they've got to get back in and run the gauntlet of the web. You're all right? You don't want me to sing or dance? You really don't want that to happen. Print has scored 94. Finalist, straight off the back. That's really strong. Excellent, excellent. I'm going to, because, and just so you know, I believe, sorry, all our judges, all in that gold, all within one mark of this. I'm just going to, for those at home, I'm just going to invite a couple of comments here. Craig, you've got a short comment, please.
Poetry encapsulated into a single photograph.
Steve?
Yeah, the impact of this, yet the multiple layers of storytelling that's within all of this, even down to the 5 sets of hands down the bottom that really kind of frame yet balance everything. It's exquisite.
Thank you very much, judges. Again, congratulations to the entrant here. A sublime piece. We'll go to our next print, please. Thank you, judges. Okay. Jackie's turn to be booted this time. Craig, your score's in? Yeah. Thank you, mate. Yep, everyone's in. Print scores 86, solid, semi-finalist. Everybody was in the 80s. Well done to the entrant. Nice solid piece there. I'm just going to go to Julie Ewing. You to join our panel. Can I get a comment, please?
Thanks. Yeah, this print has superior print handling. The way it's the yin and the yang is so perfectly constructed. Beautiful tonal range and beautifully presented. So yeah, it was very, very high quality and definitely deserved of a semi-finalist.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print has scored 86, semi-finalist. We're not done because we have Emily Black at 93. Just so Emily, you know, you've got Steve at 88, Jackie at 81, Julie at 82, and Craig, what was your score? 88. Okay, I'm going to ask you to start a challenge, please.
The minimalism of this is its strength. It is well thought through, well executed. There is no fault that I can see in the printing. The tones are gorgeous. It's pleasurable to look at, but it's telling us something as well. So I feel the longer that we sit and look at it, nature, art mimicking nature, architecture mimicking nature, it's got so much in it.
I'm going to come to Jackie Dean. Jackie, you're at 81 on this print. Can I give you that mic, please?
Yeah,
thank you.
It took me a little while to work out what it was apart from mimicking nature, and I'm not entirely convinced about the reflection and the sharpness, and the image on the left, the black and white image on the left. I just feel the balance of the image is very distracting for me.
I'm going to come to Steve, because Steve, you're in the high 80s there.
Yeah, absolutely. To the photographer, it's a very big risk to actually mix such a vibrant colour and black and white together. And immediately it had impact. As soon as I saw it, I chuckled, and it's like, you know what, this brilliantly works. In terms of the multi-level storytelling that's happening here too, a reflection of nature and man-made and the harmonious kind of collection of them as one. So it's actually really well defined in terms of just the use of the colour. In terms of getting up into the finalist range, perhaps extending that colour tonal range in the black and whites would have kind of helped me to go a bit higher than that.
I'm going to step in here as panel mentor because I've got a different line here. Considering we're talking about potential finalists here, maybe consider, this was a take on it, was that we're looking at both man-made and then natural structure, and it has this Mont Saint-Michel sort of look about that sort of structure, but they're glass, yeah, and then we're looking at the earth as it currently is, and where that's speaking about what was, because it's in black and white, and what may be in the future, for what it's worth. But Emily Black has her right of reply to try and entice you further.
My initial response looking at this was the other side of an iceberg. So we've got depth coming in underneath what we see on the surface. I think there's a lot of story here. I do agree with you, Steve. We could potentially have a little bit of extra something in that, the black and whites, but it's so pleasant to look at, but also makes us think, and I think that's where it's so clever. So I would urge you to come up.
Okay, so we're currently at 86. Emily's going to re-enter her score of 93. It's fixed there, but our other 4 judges may now take all that on board. And please rescore. How are we going? We're all in there, judges? Just waiting for our system to reload. Printing our scores, 88. Solid silver distinction. Congratulations to the entrant. That's still a really high semi-finalist, so cracking work. Jackie, sorry, not silver distinction. I will correct, yeah. Semi-finalist, yes, recalibrate. Jackie, I'm going to ask you to step off a while. Thank you for your time there. And we're going to invite Faru. Faru, please come join the panel. And our next print, please. Please, print handlers. I'll make my own tongue twister out of that. For those listening, our panels now, Craig Wetchen, Julie Ewing, Fru Uvari, Steve Scalone. Okay, might be just a refresh. Naomi's just, you got, yep. Naomi's fixing, refresh it there, Faru. And Emily Black. Good to go. Oh, yep, sure. Anything on there? Oh, yeah. You got a big one there? Doesn't matter, as long as you get one of them. Yes. Good back, okay. Bye, thanks, Jackie. Craig, you in there again, mate? Is it going through for you? Yeah. Okay. Challenges. Printer scored 84, semi-finalist. Congratulations. And I think, Julie, were you at 84 there? Is that right? You're at 84. So, Steve, I'm going to get you to talk to the print there at 84. What might have lifted this?
Yeah, absolutely. So the actual concept and the technique is highly commended. I think it's wonderful. The disconnect may lie between the frenetic movement that has been created and the stillness of the pose. Whether that's intentional or not, is kind of up to the viewer's interpretation, but that's kind of what held me back.
All right, interesting insight. Thank you, Steve. Next print, please. Okay. Jacinta, can I? No? Okay. Mika, can I get you to step in just a moment? You can use Steve's device just for this one print, please. Just, yeah. Well. Okay. Yeah, she's got Steve's device. Just for this one print, so it's only one swap. It's okay, just don't worry, it's not a... So we're waiting for our scores, just for those listening. We're in the creative category here. This is almost the anything goes, as long as it's captured by the photographer, and it's of photographic origin, and it's theirs, then basically they can go for it in this creative category. Scores are coming through. Craig, you're through, yes. Print has scored 93. Semi-finalists, straight off the bat. I think we need to have a little bit of chat about that because there was quite a consensus there between our panel, and there's quite a range of views. I'm going to invite Julie Ewing because Julie, you're at 97, I believe.
Yeah, this is one of those images that you feel the palpitations. The first thing that came to my mind was thoroughly delicious. It's absolutely stunning. The tonal range through it is perfect. I actually can't fault it anywhere. The little ferret peeking out at the bottom is just that quirky little added touch, other than obviously her neck construction. The little bird tweeting past, but look, I can't fault this. The tonal range through that black, grey, muted tones is absolutely superb. I would love to know if we can bring this up.
Actually, yeah. Let's. I'm going to sort of take this back because I think what we're talking about here. Now that we've had some time to go on that, I'm going to. So let's call this. I'll make the challenge on this as the chair. So we're going to have a chat about this because we're all right up in that high end here. Yeah. So I'm going to let every panelist here have a quick chat about that because we've been sort of got a lot of prints to get through, and then at the end of that we'll then revote. Yes. So Craig.
Great. I hope you all took in what I said.
Yeah, look, I mean, if we take in some more elements here, you know, the music's in the throat, so her musical score is, the notes are right there. You've got the detail and the notes, the musical notes on the wall. There's all those little elements, the bird tweeting, making that high-pitched noise. So that's what, I was palpitating as well, and I just hit 97 straight away. So, I think encourage you guys to come up even higher.
Fru?
Yeah, I gave it 88. I'm really close. And thank you so much for pointing the music stuff in the neck because I didn't get exactly the story there. Maybe that was the thing holding me back. I'm really, I found it's very beautiful, delicate. It's a superior level of technique, beautiful lighting. Yeah, definitely come up.
Okay, Mika.
Yeah, I was probably a little bit not brave enough on 93. What I really appreciate is that you have so many sumptuous details to explore, but then you keep getting called back to the exact spot where you're supposed to be, her beautiful, serene face. This is an image that so quickly could have become grotesque, but instead it's elegant, it's beautiful. That's really hard to achieve. So I think the photographer's done this really exceptionally well.
Emily.
100% agree, and I'm so glad that we get to sit with this for a little longer because I picked up the bird out of the cage and the notes stuck in the neck. That's just a whole other element. So, 100% beautiful. Love it.
Okay, so being my challenge. All our judges may rescore now. Please take all your debate, ruminations, birds, ferrets, etc., all into consideration, and please run it through the judging system. It's not very often you hear a judge sort of say, I underscored this, I'm so sorry, at 93. But we now have a 96 finalist. What a print. Congratulations. Take a breath, because we're going to go to a next print. We're going to swap Mika back out. She was stepping in for Steve, right there. As it comes along, we'll just calm the farm, get back. Please, next print, please. Thank you. Right, go for it, Steve. I'm sure our room will be keen, those are viewing out there, once this print hits the wall, to really go and put their nose to it and to see all those little details that our judges are privileged to sort of see there and just really get right into that image. It's just such one of those pleasures of dissecting an image like that closely. Go for it, Craig. Yep. Punch those buttons, mate. Printer scored 84. Semi-finalists. Congratulations there. Let's have a look. For a year at 83, which is just sort of almost right on that mid-range, what might have lifted this a little further in your estimations?
First of all, I think I've never seen something like that, so there's an originality in it. I want to appreciate photographer to deliver this thing. I think the color, especially in the bird, is getting a bit muddy. Perhaps different paper chose work for this image better.
Thank you for it. And we'll go to our next print, please. This category, of course, is sponsored by Wacom. We're right there waiting for our next print, and we're here at PSC in downtown Melbourne, South Melbourne, aren't we? South Melbourne, Craig? Yeah, Thistlethwaite, excuse me. Yeah, that's where we're at, Thistlethwaite. And there's quite a trade show out there. I believe 14 exhibitors out there, everything from big $16,000 scopes to lots of other bits and pieces out there that, you know. Wacom tablets. I'm sure, yeah, KL would be out there and love to help you out with a Wacom tablet. Our printer's up. Thank you, print handlers. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Craig. That was part of our phone. This printer scored 75, so it hits the highly commended there. Julie, you're at 74. What might have lifted this a few more marks?
Look, visually, this was really attractive, and it had a lovely graphic sort of print nature to it. It was just lacking a little bit of detail, and the bird's head was just turned a little bit far away for my, wanting to bring it higher. But otherwise, like, visually appealing, does have impact, but a little bit more finesse would bring it up.
Thanks, Julie. Craig, I'm going to give you a break there for a little while. Thank you, mate. I'm going to bring Jacinta Del Ben back. And if we're all good there, it's a little bit warm there, is it? Yes. I wonder if, might see if we can crack the door there. Okay, we'll go to our next print, please. Next print, please. Print handlers. I'm just going to just see we're out there, so I don't know. I'm finding it warm too. Let's just leave the door open while it's quiet there for a while, hey, and get some fresher air in. Thank you. Okay, judges. Okay, judges. Get those scores in and have a nice. All in. Print has scored 85. That's a semi-finalist, which is a really good score. But Frew is there at 92, so she's at silver. Just so you do have quite some support there in the high semi-finalist. But let's hear your pitch, please.
Oh my God, this image makes me smile, makes me discover. I just like going forward and back, and every time I've done it, it discovers something to add to the narrative of the image. It's unique in narrative. I've never ever think about like a redfish hunting actually the hunter. Just look at, but it's so funny. And the print quality is perfect, the great paper chart, the treatment, superior technical treatment, the lighting is perfect, everything is it, and we can see the hunter. We can see the face of the hunter. It's just like lots of detail to discover and add to the story, and look at the scenery at the background. Look at the scenery in the window. It's just everything perfectly done. And I love to hear why you are not in the finalist range.
I'm one of those people at the moment.
Yeah.
Julie Ewing.
Yeah.
Julie, what was your score? 81, I think.
I think so. Yeah. Look,
81.
I can appreciate what you're saying, and I can also not appreciate. I don't know. For me, it was in many ways too obvious with all the writing. What is that red thing on the back wall? If you can tell me what that red thing is on the back wall that I feel is what ties it all together, that might help me. But that's what I look at, and I'm just going, okay, the fish is really clever. He can, grab it with his line. But yeah, I'd love to know more about this so that I can then reward it higher.
I believe Steve Scalone's got some answers for us there, or an interpretation.
I do, and I'm not very far off. I'm at 88.
8, yes.
So that is actually a window breaker thingy. So I don't know what you call them, but they're essentially emergency tools that you use to break open or to crack windows for car windows, perhaps a fish bowl, something like that. So the reason why I perhaps didn't, I'm right up there, and I'd love to hear more of your response. I found that perhaps that desaturation and the vivid colour, perhaps a little bit too distracting, and there are perhaps some perspective issues that that kind of take me out of that. Now, this isn't a realistic image by any means. It was never meant to be.
Steve's pretty sharp. Yeah.
However, the kind of play on the perspective has really pushed me out of that fantasy as well.
Okay. Emily.
Thank you for answering what that red thing on the wall was. However, if it's producing the exceptional quality of storytelling, then I shouldn't really need to ask that question. However, every other element in that is every element in the image is deliberate, and I love that, and that's why I was in semi-finalist range. But to be in that finalist range, I need to know the answers to those questions.
Sometimes that's why we also have a panel of 5 judges which help us out. And Fru's going to give us a summation and her pitch for a
Okay, so I think I have lots to explain. So the red, what did you say about that element? The name?
window breaker, glass breaker.
Glass breaker. I didn't know what's the name in English, but it's red and it's in the center of the image. That's the point of surviving. For that reason, it's so so bright and saturated, and I put it in the center. And we have blue sky in the window is added to a color palette. The color palette of the image is very earthy, is very like a gray, earthy color palette, and is muted. But the tank, the fish, that element, the red element, I forgot again the name, and the scenery, they're only elements they have color, because window is the hope for escape. And that red is the surviving element. And the hunter, the bounty hunter, I don't know, the bounty hunter sitting there is not obvious. There are lots of fishing elements there as well. It makes it obvious, but that man obsessed to hunting fish. So that's the reason the fish elements is everywhere. About the perspective, that's a fish eye lens. Could be.
Oh.
Could be.
Boom fish.
Come on, guys. This image really deserves to sit finalists.
So, this image currently scores 85. Fru's score of 92 is locked in. I'll ask you to ring into that. Please, Fru, at 92. And the other 4 judges may now listen to Fru's pitch and everybody else's ruminations there and give us your judgment. Yours through, Emily? Okay. Just how big it's going to be. It's going to be a 91 finalist. Great debate, great debate. We've got 5 minds really pitching hard at this. It's super. We're going to have the next print, please, there. And Emily, thank you for your time now. I'm going to bring Mika back in to join the panel. We'll go straight into our next image. Let's keep that energy going, judges. So our current panel, Jacinta Dalben, Julie Ewing, Fru Yavari, Steve Scalone and Mika Boynton. We're in the creative category here in room 3 at PSC. The winner of this category gets a new Cintiq 16 from Wacom, our sponsor. Scores are coming in. You good, Mika? Mm-hmm. Yep, okay. Thank you. Print scores 81, semi-finalist. And because you're new to the panel, Mika, I'm going to ask you for a comment. I know you're a few marks above that, but what might have lifted this even further?
Well, first I'd like to say I really enjoy the solarisation. Often that effect can really detract from the beauty of the form, but I think this has been really tastefully done. In terms of bringing the score up a little. Perhaps there are some elements in particularly the first and the last frame that are taking away from that beauty. So perhaps just pay a little more attention to those fine details and whether or not they enhance or detract from the scene.
Great, thanks Mika. We'll go to our next print. I saw a couple of judges there just nodding in agreement there, you know, and sometimes we all agree and sometimes we don't agree, you know. But yeah, next print, thank you, print handlers. Okay, so Jackie, can I get you in for Mika, please? Just give me a tick. Jacinta, Craig, are you okay with this, please? Can I get Craig to come back? Just swap the devices just for the moment. I'm not changing our panel out. So you're taking Jacinta's device and Jackie's taking Mika's device, yeah, thank you. And for those wondering what's going on there, sometimes a judge, and they don't have to explain this, they may know the work, they may know the photographer, they may not be comfortable with the subject. They don't have to actually give us a reason as to why this, but in order to try and, you know, make the process as fair as possible, they just can choose to step off at any time they wish and allow another judge in to take their position. Sometimes they've also, you know, maybe in the development of this print given feedback or input or something of that nature. And so it's just trying to keep it at as much at arm's length as we possibly can. Get those scores in and then we can have a talk about this. You got your score there? Oh no? Oh, you got to get Jacinta in there. Right.
She's going to look at her phone.
Yeah, I know. You don't sort of look too much alike, do you? Yeah.
I'd be worried she's better looking than me, that's for sure.
No comment. Is the comment. Nearly there, Craig? Yeah. Yep. Print has scored 89, the very highest of semi-finalists right there. We're going to have a bit of a chat though. We have Jackie Dean at 98. Jackie, you're not alone in the 90s. Craig has, no, right here, just one moment. And just so you know, so Craig was at 92, but our other three judges were also high semi-finalists here.
Right.
So
well, let's see what we can do. Now, let's just have a look at the colours of the spectrum here. Richard of York gave battle in vain. That's how I remember it.
Yeah, Roy G. Biv. Yeah, nowhere near as eloquent.
Well, that's the difference between us, isn't it? Oh, this is exquisite. And, you know, who would think that graffiti and garage doors would make such a powerful image? It's absolutely exquisite. It's beautifully printed, beautifully constructed. I really can't fault it. I should have given it 100 because it is so superb. And why not go up? I mean, it's absolutely exquisite. So that's my comment. I can't fault it. It's brilliant. Brilliantly seen, brilliantly photographed, brilliantly constructed, brilliantly printed. And what else can I say?
So, Faru, can I get your comment, please? Faru, you're at 86.
Yeah, it has definitely high level, excellent level of visual impact. The thing is just keep me not going higher. It was the color palette. I feel like I really love the right side of the image. Has the color palette. It has like yellow, green, teal, blue, magenta, a bit of purple, and the left side is just red. And I can understand because it's completely symmetric. It's completely divided to two parts. So the main part is more red. So I got a bit confused about the story of color palette. What should I looking for?
Let's ask Craig for a little bit of clarity, because Craig was there in the finalists at 92.
we think about where we're asking for finalists, and we're thinking about exceptional visual communication. Now, emotional, it doesn't have emotional impact, but it's got that visual communication. The strong elements of the rainbow feel to it. I can feel the photographer spending not just days, months, conceptualizing. So we'll think about conceptual here. Conceptualizing and shooting and finding the elements. So we got to look at, superior level of technique, post-production. The photographers really handled that printing, the post-production, and the transition. Each one of those pictures, if you really look at some of those pictures, there's actually stories in some of those pictures as well, and they're choreographed in there to help that transition and that motion and that movement through that photograph. So I scored it 92, and I'm definitely going to come up higher. So think about, those sorts of things, that rainbow feel.
Okay. Julie, quick add?
I gave
Great.
it 88.
You got 87, Julie?
87, yeah. No, and I scored it as a high semi-finalist. I think probably because I have seen a similar concept before, but immediately I got the Roy G. Biv or the and obviously from where you come from, Farouk, you don't have a rhyme to go with.
Maybe not something we might understand, but I'm sure, yes.
But like an exceptional collection of photos, and as you said, taken over a long period of time, and then to construct them together, it is magnificent. I'm not sure about a high finalist. I could be edged up to be a finalist, so we'll...
Well, I think Jackie's going to get a right of reply on that to try and sway you.
Well, look, we're looking at the visual spectrum here, and the visual spectrum done in absolute excellence, and it has visual communication, it has the visual spectrum, and it's a very, very powerful image. So I've scored it 98. How about thinking about coming up?
Okay, so we're currently at 89, so we're that close, and it would go for review otherwise, but you get a chance here now to take that process away, and Jackie's score of 98 needs to be re-entered there, please, Jackie. Oh. And our other 4 judges now, please re-enter after deliberation. Print now scores 93. Finalists, well done. Thank you, judges. Thank you for our subs right there, our super subs. We'll go back to our Mika and Jacinta will rejoin the panel, and we'll go straight to our next print, please. Take a deep breath. I'm talking to myself here at the moment. The adrenaline's pumping pretty hard. When you see something that's sort of that quality and that debate, it's always so exciting and so uplifting. Thank you, judges. I've got it here. Can you get a refresh? Great. Printer scored 82, which is a semi-finalist. Congratulations to the entrant right there. Do you mind if I come to you, Julie? You were right there at 82, and what might have just maybe bumped this a little further?
I think having the stems hit the bottom of the frame was one thing for me that I would have liked to have seen. But otherwise, really beautifully done, very delicate, lovely little details in there. It was, a semi-finalist, but just didn't have the extra power.
So when you say the stems, were you saying coming right to the edge of the frame?
I would have liked that.
Yes, right, okay, great. Thanks, Julie. We'll go to the next print, please. Thank you, judges. Yep, we're in. Print has scored 77, so that's highly commended right there. Steve Scalone, though, is at 83, so Steve can challenge. He's over 5 plus away from the average right there. And I'm going to give him a microphone so he can talk to you right there. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I am at 83, and I feel that the photographer has really played nicely with a balance of cinematic, conceptual, and a great deal of storytelling. It almost feels like ambers that are coming towards you, yet we know that it's kind of an organic scene. Yet again, that mix of black and white and colour, which sometimes can be a little bit jarring, actually works in this case. And I want to commend the photographer to get into that semi-finalist phase purely because of that technique, that movement that's happening there and that cinematic feel that's happening.
Jacinta, you're at 75, which is still highly commended.
Yeah, it's very intriguing, very impactful. When you're sitting back here, I don't think is it a firework, or I'm pretty sure something like that we're looking at. I think what's holding me back, Steve, was actually the print choice. I found this a little bit muddy, and there's some really dark lines right in the centre that are coming through, if it is ambers or fireworks, that are just distracting me. That's straight where my eye goes to. So I think paper choice could have helped that.
Can I just get a comment also from Mika, please? Mika, you're at 78, so sort of right at that high end of highly commended.
Yeah, what I appreciated was the combination of the inorganic and organic, the firework, man-made, and the beautiful vegetation on the left. Where I felt that it didn't quite meld for me was the impact of the firework, but the slight mutedness of the organic area. I felt that a little bit of extra contrast to really kind of marry it all together, particularly with that area on the left, would have had a more consistent message for me.
Well, Steve's got a right of reply, so he might be able to address a couple of those issues there.
Yeah, absolutely. I will address both. So in terms of that lack of contrast, I feel that the print choice has actually helped that. So it's kind of like I'm hitting two birds with one stone with this comment. I feel that the intent of the photography was that muted, kind of dreamlike, and I keep coming back to the word cinematic, of some description, because there is a level or a couple of levels of storytelling that's happening here. Compositionally, I can't fault the actual composition any more than what it is. It actually feels completely balanced, even though some of those darkness is perhaps coming across as a little muddy. I think that intent is that it is meant to feel a little muddy.
Okay, so Steve's score of 83 remains locked in. If you can re-enter that, please, Steve. Our current score is 77, though our other four judges may now rescore that, please. Great, we're nearly there. Mika's in. So we're going to have a chat about this later because it has bumped a couple of marks to 79, so we'll go for a review at the end of the category. But thank you, judges. Thank you. Highly commended. So it's right on that highly commended cusp there. We'll go to next print, please. So for those listening or those in the room, if we get a score that's right on the cusp of going into another, whether it's either award, going from either into highly commended or into semi-finalists or into finalists, we get that right at the end here where we review the prints and they get a chance to go through. Oh, sorry. Thank you, judges. So this print has scored 79. It's right there on that cusp. of going up there? Yes. No. Mika's at 85, so you're right there in solid semi-finalists, and she got my communication, like, yep, she's up. So just so you know, Mika, everybody's in the high 70s there, yep, and you're there at 85. Please start the debate.
Yeah, the reason I think that this is a semi-finalist is because of its quirkiness. I saw those, I don't know what fish this is, but if those cat whiskers, and it just made me smile. And then I came up close and was rewarded because of those beautiful, delicate flower-like elements that the dark. This is there's a lot of darkness in this image, but the mid-tones there have been beautifully handled. There's a lot of detail in that area, and I feel like I'm looking in a fishbowl. So all of those elements just made me go, well, this is not. This is creative, this is different, this is an unhappy fish stuck in a fishbowl, but with beautiful surroundings. And I like that story. So, yeah, I think it's a semi-finalist.
Jacinta is at 76.
Yeah, I think I popped it at 76 because of the character. I think that's what got me into that range. I think it's a great subject. To me, I just felt there's areas in there where the goldfish or whatever fish we're dealing with is just overly sharp and grainy, and then the muddiness through those vines. Again, I think it's going to come down to print choice. I think could have impacted that a little bit differently. I don't know if it's intentional, but I just think it's overworked in certain areas and very muddy in others.
Can I come to Faru? Because Faru was there at 78 and she's only just a couple of marks off that semi-finalist.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mika. I think like the fish personality captured very well, and the composition is another advantage of this image. It's very well composed. I want to. The thing is just let me down was overexposed things happen around the fish, especially at the tail and the top of the fish, and I think the texture at the background. Add to the composition, but it still is a bit muddy. But I think I want to come higher.
Okay, so Mika, you've got a right of reply there.
Yeah, thank you for giving me some extra things to talk about. So I think this is the kind of image where it's interpretive, and the grain, I feel, is not detrimental to the fish. The highlight areas, I'm not offended by that I just like the contrast. We've got deep blacks, we've got a little bit of white, but I don't feel like there's an area that's gone. The white's just gone. I feel like there's enough in there to create a beautiful tonal range. The thing that fascinates me that I didn't talk about in the beginning that I want to bring additionally is it's almost like it's a reflection of a fish. Like the water has made it a bit not clear, so it's not a straight shot of a fish. It's like moving fish, it's moving water, and in terms of the paper choice, I actually think that the paper choice has married all of these tones beautifully and given us more of a voyeuristic scene instead of something that's crisp and clear and real.
Okay, thanks Mika. So the score is currently 79, sits right on that cost. Mika, you need to re-enter your score at 85, please, but our other four judges, please now rescore the print. We're all in. We're all in. Chat, chat, chat. 81, semi-finalist. The power of a couple of points. Good chat there, judges. Fru, I'm going to ask you to step out here for this one. Thank you very much. Jackie Dean, you're rejoining our panel, please. Yep. I would like to see when you're naughty then, you know, so. Yes, thanks. Next print, please. Thank you. Okay. Emily, can I get you to take Mika's device on this one, just to score this print as a step in, please? Thank you. No, Jackie's going to be permanent on that now. So our panel as it stands at the moment is Jacinta Dalben, Julie Ewing, Frew we've just subbed out and we've brought Jackie Dean back in. Steve Scalone is still there with us and Mika has chosen to sub at this moment. So Emily Black is in. We're getting our numbers there. Score is 85, semi-finalist. And most of our judges were there within a mark or two there. I'm going to say, Emily, you were right there at 85. What would just even move this budget even a few more points up in your opinion?
Well, I love that there's the movement in the static, and that we look through and we are directed beautifully into that little subject. If that subject was maybe just a little brighter, a pop of colour, something subtle, would have just held us there a little bit as a full stop.
Julie Ewing's making sure that I note that she's nodding in vivid agreement there. Thank you for stepping in for that one, Emily. Okay, so we'll take that there and we'll go to our next sprint, please. So Mika will rejoin the panel. Okay. Thank you, judges. You're through there, Jackie? Right, great, thank you. We're going to have a little bit of a chat, I think. Look at the scores. So, it's 84, semi-finalist. Clap, 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 clap. Steve Scalone enthusiastically shoots his hand into the air there. Steve's at a 92. Just so you know what you're working with, Steve, you've got an 85, 81, 86, and a 77.
I could work with that.
Great. Get to it, Steve.
So I haven't quite seen a concept displayed so strongly as this. It is a portrait of a dancer, and the chalk that has been used to kind of help her grip with her work has actually been formed, obviously, within angel wings and that representation there. The look of power and strength in her gaze is a direct connection to the viewer, and it is so deliberately done where we're actually seeing the strength come through her own character. The very subtle monotone work that has gone through this, I do believe that this image is highly colourful, but because it is in such a sort of monotone realm, it does show a little bit of that desaturated, and that skin tone then is then just becoming very creamy and quite beautiful. So I'd like to hear other people's.
We're going to go to Jacinta, because Jacinta was in the highly commended.
Yes, I scored this 77, and I do think that, you know, what we're still looking here is strong visual and emotional impact, superior level of narrative concept interpretation of the subject, very powerful to look at. To me, when we have a dancer and we've got movement, I just find that our subject is overly sharp, especially in her eyes. I think it's been a little bit overworked. I think in terms of, you know, the message we're trying to get here, to me she's too sharp. She needs to be a little bit softer to go along with the narrative.
All right. I'm going to ask Julie Ewing, because Julie, you were a high semi-finalist at 86, which is a, yep.
And for all the reasons that my friends Steve and Jacinta have said, I didn't give it a finalist because of the over-sharpening. That to me was just a little bit too strong. But the rest of it, I'm with Steve all the way. It's sublimely done, just too sharp.
Steve. Oh, Jackie, would you like to add something?
I
You've
would
got
like
something
to
to
say
do?
something
Yes.
because I think it's a strong image, but I think there's some technical things there. And if you look at the legs, there's a sort of, if they were all white, but especially the one on the right-hand side, her left leg, there's like, it looks like two holes in tights. And that's really brought it down for me. And the fact that she's so static, and it's such a beautiful moment. I mean, even if maybe she wasn't gazing straight at the camera, I think it would have more impact. But
okay.
I really think the wings are delightful.
Well, Steve's got his right of reply there to address some of those points.
Yet again, I think it's an image perhaps that isn't illustrating realism. I actually don't quite see that over-sharpening. What I do see is, if you did want to marry it up with a narrative, that strength that's coming through her eyes and her face and her poise is actually quite strong and hardened to a certain point. I don't feel that this is necessarily being represented as realism, but perhaps almost like, not quite an illustration, but something that is beyond realistic.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So Steve's score of 92 is locked in there. The current score is 84. Can our other, please re-enter 92 there, Steve, and our other 4 judges will now rejudge that print. We have movement, now 86, solid semi-finalists. Congratulations to the author, the photographer, what a creative piece. Okay, we're going to keep rolling there, so next print, please.
Doing a good job there.
Thank you. Yeah, and the print handlers, yeah, no, those print handlers are, you know, and we're into it.
Do we have a different image?
Okay, let me see, just give me a moment there. We've got a different image? Yeah, we do. Let's just, Jackie, can I get you to take a seat there, please, judges? We'll just have a seat. We've got a little mismatch on our... We should have... yeah, it looks like that.
Yep.
That's it. Yep, and see the orientation, so as long as it matches that.
So it's bright to the top. Dark bottom right.
Yep. Okay, you got it? Okay. Great. We got it. Okay. Let's try this one. Thank you, judges. Yep. Jackie and Julie, great. I know Mr. Eastway had a red wine currency apparently, so you know.
Yeah.
Mrs. Dean? That's okay. Printer scored 83, it's a semi-finalist, but Mika was at 91, so she has the right to challenge, so we're going to have a chat. Mika, take it away.
I love op art, confession. What I love about this print is that it uses all of those optical illusory elements to trick our brains. I don't know that you can actually view this without feeling over, like, completely bamboozled by all the lines and all the shapes. It is masterfully put together, though. We've got shadows in multiple directions. We're definitely not looking at one building in one particular point in time. The way that the 6 images marry up is fascinating, and I can just look at this for hours. Although I can't, because it's really tripping me out, but it makes me think of Escher. It makes my brain warp. That's really difficult to achieve in a single photograph, and I really commend the photographer for this. I'm ticked over into the finalists. I kind of wish I'd gone higher, but I'd love to hear what the criticisms are so that I can address them.
So Steve, you're at 78.
Yes. So I found it a wonderful concept of texture, tone, shape, and somewhat movement because of that kind of optical, sensory kind of deprivation that's happening, which is really kind of, if you do look at it long enough, you do get a headache. And I do want to commend the photographer for doing that. Perhaps in order to really come up where you are, and I'm asking myself, do I need more of a narrative? Do I need something else that is multi-layered in terms of perhaps a narrative or something else to give me? So I'm definitely listening.
Okay. Jackie, can I get your take on this, please? Considering Mika's talking to us about a 91, you know, so we need to have a little bit of a chat.
I find the image on bottom right-hand side doesn't really match. There's a much stronger shadow in that one. And I'm just working out whether they've been flick-flacked. If they've just been inverted.
Yes,
inverted.
That's
what I meant.
Yes, the lady from England says inverted, yes.
Technical term.
Right.
But look, it's a very interesting, I think it's a great idea, but to me it's not really gelling together. It's, my eyes going all over the place and I don't know where to rest it.
Well,
So,
Mika might be able to help us out with where it may rest.
Okay.
Just on one of those things as panel mentor, of course for everybody listening here, it doesn't, you know, when it gives you a headache like what Steve was talking about, that's a good thing, I think, you know, because it elicits a reaction. I'm not going to try and talk any further.
I was going to say the exact thing. If you have a response that's so strongly a positive or negative, I think that print, that piece of two-dimensional paper is doing something to you, and that is a positive thing. I definitely can't see that there's flipping or mirroring here. I genuinely believe that they are 6 different photographs. In terms of the strong diagonals bottom right, I feel like they need to be that little bit different from each other, and the length of the shadows, I think, is one of those crucial elements that separates each image from each other. Otherwise, they would look quite similar. I feel that having an extra element, any extra element in this image would detract. I really feel like there's so much going on in this that having any extra element would not strengthen the image. And I just think this is entirely unique and original. I've not been bamboozled like this by a photograph before in my life.
And so Mika's score of 91 remains locked in. So if you can re-enter that, Mika. And our other 4 judges, I can see them all pondering here and just, where do they all sort of sit here with this now?
What did you get?
So it got 83. Mika's at 91. There's movement. Please, computer, tell us how much movement. 88. Really high semi-finalists. Great chat. Good movement. Thank you, print handlers. We'll go to our next print, please. Thank you, judges. Brent has scored 78, which is a high semi-finalist. Steve Scalone's at 86, so we're going to have a little bit of another talk about this. Steve, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So when a photograph starts to mimic a macabre or a painted impressionistic realm, and the technique that's actually used is very subtle, it's very similar, very kind of simple in terms of its technique. All the details are there, that kind of richness that is there in its subtlety is coming through. And I want to reward the creator or the photographer for that as a semi-finalist.
Julie, you're at 73.
If we had the woodcutter in there, I'd be with you. It's macabre.
Macabre-esque.
So, for me, it's more like a road leading to nowhere. It's taking us on this journey down the road, but you're not rewarded for it. The road is a little light, but I think the most distracting thing to me is just up in the tree canopy, there's like a shadow of something, and I think it's branches, but it looks like something accidentally left there in the print process. I'm not sure. So it just pulled that down for me, and I found it a little muddy overall. So I still gave it a commended score, but you'll have to talk more.
Well, yeah, Mika was a few points higher there at 78. I'm just going to get her quick thoughts.
Yeah, really quickly, I have felt that perhaps the bright triangle of the road at the bottom was detracting from the softness and the beauty of the surrounds. And I think you're right, it's the softness that's the beautiful part of it. And I just felt that that was a little too stark, a little too stagnant for the surrounding beauty.
Steve, your right of reply?
Yeah, that's a great point, because if I'm a squinter, so when I squint at particular images, I feel that brightness that has led us there to nowhere is definitely a focus point on where the photographer wanted us to actually end up. So this is essentially a creative category, so anything perhaps could have been placed in there. I feel that the intent was to deliberately leave all of that out to kind of create our own interpretations with that.
Okay, so Steve's score of 86 remains locked in there. Print currently scores 78. Our other four judges, please re-enter your new scores or altered scores. Should they be altered or the same? Of course, our judges may keep the same score. They can go any which way they choose there after all that debate. $78. Highly commended. That's where we rest there. Thank you. And the highly commended is nothing to be sneezed at, you know, and as I said, though, the power of that debate, the power of that knowledge that is shared amongst our community is the most valuable, in my opinion. Next print, please. You good there, Jackie? Great. Just waiting. Very even scoring, 75. Highly commended. Julie, you were right there at 75. What might have just moved this a little bit further northbound on the scoring range.
I think with such intense colours in the lower third, it felt like I needed a bit more of that sweeping up to the right. So a very different technique, it is quite unique to what I've seen before, but I just felt it was too bottom weighted with those bright colours.
Right, thanks. Jacinta, we're going to sub you out for the moment. Thank you, Jacinta, and we're going to invite Farouk back to rejoin the panel. We'll go on to our next print, please. We all good, judges? Everybody's feeling good? All good. Rocking on? Feeling the vibe? Julie's channeling some 90s dude or something like that. Okay, we're up and at it. Print score's 68, so it's out of our commended range there. Can I get, Steve. Steve was at 71 there, and I get a comment there, please, Steve.
Yeah, I want to commend the photographer to continue with this concept of slowing down the shutter speed and capturing movement in such a way. Perhaps try different times of day to kind of help the subjects be lit a little bit better. But yeah, definitely keep trying this technique.
I may add too that in this style of competition too, because this is for those who can't see at home, this is a full bleed print, and sometimes if there's some white there that's around the outside, it may just help the print be presented in a way that may be a bit more favourable. So we'll go to our next print, please. Yeah, okay, sub. Are you okay for this, Craig? Yeah? Okay. Steve Scalone's elected to step off and Craig Wetchen steps in on this print. Craig's judging with Mika Boynton, Jackie Dean, Julie Ewing and Farouk Yavari. Thank you, judges. You're in there, Mika, are you? Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay, all right, great. Just checking, I think it's Craig and Jackie, we're just getting there. Yep. Oh, yep. Mm-hmm. The other Steve.
The other bald guy.
Yeah. Right, and Jackie? Yep. I'll do my best. This print scores 86, so it's a solid semi-finalist right there. And as we're not 5 away and we don't have the in this range, do we? Right. I'll just double check that. On the basis of that, yeah, let's have a chat because we're all in the high. Well, most of you are in the high 80s there, and I think it's worth an elective challenge there because I think there's a narrative there. But I'm going to let Jackie Dean have first word on this.
Thank you. Well, when this first came around, it's such a powerful image with the colour palette. I think it's on the wrong paper. It needs to be not on that glossy paper or semi-gloss paper. But when you come back, actually, you can see the beauty of this print. It's beautifully printed. I think the narrative here is good. The textures are just wonderful. Now, it's quite brave to have that rock on the right-hand side. I was sort of visually cropping, but it needs that rock there to hold those plants on the left-hand side, the branches. I think it's a very powerful little picture, and it well deserves to get into the finalists.
So let's see. Okay, well, let's hear from Faru there. If you pass the mic, please, to Faru there, Jackie. Faru was at 77.
Yes, I give it 77, highly commended because of the narrative in the image, and I think I really like the choice of color palette. The choice of paper. I feel like composition is there, but is not quite there at the same time here, because for me it's like image divided into two. The top image, it has such a beautiful color palette, it's moody, the sky is perfect, and there's narrative there, but the bottom of the image is beautiful by itself as well. They're not working together. There's an overlook has happened in the bottom of the image. We can't see it anywhere. We can't see it anywhere. So, yeah, I would love to come up if you explain those.
Okay, so Mika is at 88, so she's right at that high end of semi-finalist.
Yeah, I really appreciate what seems to be a narrative in this photograph, but I have to say I would love to hear what your interpretation is, because I feel like I'm getting most of it, but maybe not all of it. I really appreciate the lone figure and the birds, but like Faru, I also feel there's a bit of a disconnect with the bottom half of the image, primarily because the light on the water is so much stronger than the light anywhere else in the image, and so that it's just not quite marrying up for me. But for an image that is created but in a realistic way, I feel like those things do need to marry up.
Okay, Jackie, you've got a right of replying here to.
The narrative to me is this very lonely person out in the bush, and her only friends are the birds, and just at one with nature. I do find the right-hand side quite jarring, but in a way that's a brave thing to do. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect. I think it's a powerful image, beautiful colour palette, and there is light in the sky that could be reflecting in the water. So I don't see that as a criticism. I think it's a strong image.
Well, let's have a look, because, yeah, thank you. So it currently scored 86 there. I'm going to allow all the panel to rescore on this, because there's quite a range of scores here on this. And now that we've had a bit of a talk about this, whether that's swayed, solidified, held. Nearly there. Craig's just popped his in. Yep, one more. One more click. Yep. 87, semi-finalist. 87. Thank you for the discussion there, judges. We go next to next print, please. Steve will rejoin the panel. Okay. How far through? Keep moving there. We've got still some distance to go, so we'll keep moving. Nice and quick. Okay, Steve. Print scores 74. It's just short, just shy of highly commended. Who was there right there on about 74? I've lost my screen there. Can I get a comment on this? Yeah, Mika, thank you.
I really appreciate the boldness of the colour. It really gives it some dynamism, and the forms are really quite beautiful. What I appreciated was that there was a little fringe of blue on the left-hand side on the red, and if that had been mirrored, because the whole thing is mirrored, if that had been mirrored on the right, I think that would have made it a little stronger for me.
And a couple of nods there in agreement. Thank you, Mika. Next print, please. Yep. We okay?
I'm going to hang this the way it's been submitted.
Let me just give me a tick there. Let me just sort of see. We'll get a yep.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Yep. Yep. Can I have a look at the label too, please? Yep. No. Okay. No. As printed, as on the digital, as on the label. Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll keep going there, judges. We've still got plenty of prints to talk about. Plenty of prints waiting for you. Yes, that's no. We've just checked it 3 ways there, Jackie. It's definitely correct as submitted, as entered. We've got our other. So everybody else in? Yep. Thank you. Jackie, did it go through your score? Okay. I'm just trying. Yep, no, got it now, thank you. Okay, printer scored 74. So Steve, I can see you just enjoying there some afternoon tea, and I'm about to give you a... Mika, you've got something there? Yes, please, absolutely. We'll take a comment there. Mika's also on 74.
Yeah, I think it's a really brave move to orient the photograph in this way. What I would suggest to the photographer is when you're using reflection in a mirror capacity, it's quite important that the mirror is quite convincing, because otherwise the viewers will look for those discrepancies, and that detracts from the enjoyment of the form that you've created by positioning it the way that you have.
Okay, thanks, Mika. All right, I'm going to do a swap there. I know Mr. Scalone has been there for a while and looking for a break. Can I invite Emily back to join us there, please?
Thank you, Guy.
Thank you very much there. Got an all-female power panel lined up there. We'll go to our next print, please. So we now have Fru Yavari, Julie Ewing, Jackie Dean, Emily Black and Mika Boynton on our panel here at the creative category. And we're up and into this, please. Okay, we're going to take a... Craig, can I get you in on the sub for this one, please? Just if you can use Mika's device. Mika, have you got your device there? Yes, so Craig can step in for you. Thank you. Fru's looking for Jacinta. Are you able to do this print too, please? As I said before, sometimes like the judges may know the work, or they have seen it before, or they had input to it, or it's been at other competitions or something like that, and if they feel that they want to just offer a arm's length critique of it, then they sometimes, if they can, they'll opt to step off the panel. You're gone. Are we back yet? It'll be just a refresh. No, I'm getting you guys here. I can see Jacinta. I can see Jackie's score. I can see Julie's. I can see Emily's. And Craig is in, and our score is 83. 83, which is a solid there semi-finalist there. Well done. We'll accept that score. All good with that? Okay. I'm going to look for a comment there though. Who can offer me a comment? Anyone? Julie? Yeah? Thank you. You moved your hand. It was good enough for me.
Well, I was one off being able to challenge it, so...
Yes,
I
that was
feel
right.
like-
That close. So you saw that, yeah.
Yeah. No, this felt like a split personality to me. It just had this masked face off to the side and the hand grabbing the other face. So I found it a very intriguing story. So it certainly had a strong visual and a narrative concept applied to it that was very unique, and the colours, with green, which can be envy perhaps, the second personality is envious of the first. I mean, this is what I saw into this as an artistic photograph that had a very high level of execution.
Great. Thanks for that, Julie. We'll accept that score. We're going to go on to our next print, please. Thank you, Super Sub, Craig, for coming in for Mika. Okay, straight into it there, guys. Let's get that energy out of the chairs, up and at it. If we don't want to do too much overtime, we're going to have to be chop chop. And we'll save the time for the talk. Mika's in. Jackie, you're in. Printer scored 72, so just under that range there. Emily, you were right there on 72. What might have lifted this a little higher for your liking?
I'd like to commend the photographer for using perspective really cleverly. I feel like there's just something a little bit missing within it that's trying to tell me a little bit more, and the printing might be a little bit muddy. Maybe a paper choice difference would have held us a little bit better.
All right, thank you, Emily. Okay, we'll accept that and we'll go to the next print, please. You're listening to Room 3 at PSC for the 2023 Oz Photographic Prize. This is the Creative category, sponsored by Wacom. The fortunate photographer who takes out this category will take home a Wacom Cintiq 16 tablet. Thank you, judges. This print scores 83, which is a right there at semi-finalist. Okay, we're going to accept that score at 83, but Mika would like to make a comment.
Perhaps I'm not seeing the narrative, but I feel like there's a strong narrative there. It's very cinematic. It's, theatrical is probably the better word to use. There's great lighting. I'm really enjoying the characters. Each individual photograph is beautifully presented. I'm really appreciating the elements that come out of the frames. But yeah, maybe I just didn't have enough time, but I'm unable to read the full story in this image.
Thank you. Thank you. Anna dittos. Thank you. We'll have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print score 72, which is just under the highly commended there. Jackie Dean, you were there at 72. Can I ask you for a comment there, please, or which might have elevated this print, perhaps?
Yeah, well, look, it's really well seen. I think if the wheels at the bottom were cropped out and also the deficit on the right-hand side, that could be, and a bit of retouching there and a bit more drama. There needs to be real blacks in those shadows. I think it could be a very strong image.
Right, thank you, Jackie. Okay, we'll take that. We'll go on to our next print, please. Thank you, judges. Print scores 84, which is a semi-finalist, but I can see that Mrs. Emily Black's not going to take that. She's at 92. You've got some support there with Mika. She's right there at 89, and then there's a range of 80s and 73 on the low end there. So let's have a chat.
Oh. Visual impact, it stops us straight away, and we go and look at it. I can see a face, I can see arms reached out, I can see there's totem element to this. It's not a simple flip and mirror image. There's no sections that are the same that look like they've been flipped as such. From sitting back, it's really pleasant to look at, but it also makes us feel a little discomfort because of the flame element to it, the sinister nature that we associate with that. So yeah, I definitely think it's worth coming up.
Great. Fru was at 73?
Yeah, I really agree with you. Definitely the image has a visual impact. I can see an angry warrior making from the flame, especially the face is very interesting. But when it comes to the down of the image, it's the mirror part is not really, I think it's not really add anything or enhance anything to the image. For me, it's like the image is unfinished. I'm waiting for something to happen. So yeah, a story happen or narrative comes up. So I'm listening.
So perhaps Mika at 89 may have some narrative or story to tell us.
What I saw in this was a batik shadow dancer type puppet. It makes me think of Indonesia and the fire dancers, and I also have to say that there are elements of mirroring, but that's what we appreciate, but there are enough elements that aren't mirrored for us to stay engaged with that image for a lot longer. I see the face and the flame and the fire and the drama. This is a performance, and I really appreciate all those aspects. So I was almost up with you. Yeah.
Emily, you've got a right of reply.
Thanks, Mika. For all of what Mika just said and the fact that it does hold us, we are talking about it, and I believe that it has the strength of a portrait, but there's movement within that, and I think there's a real power to it, so I would like you to come up.
Okay, so Emily's score of 92 remains locked in. The current score is 84, so if you'd re-enter 92 there, please, Emily, and our other 4 judges, please rescore. Jackie's just gone. You're in there, Jackie? Yep, great, thank you. Now 86, even a more solider semi-finalist. Thank you, print handlers. We'll go to our next print. Okay. Super sub, Craig, can I get you back in again, please? Miss Mika, and she'll give you her device. Okay. Actually, we'll do it as a swap after this print, so you just do it on that device and I'm going to bring you back in, Craig, okay? So you'll be able to take a... Yeah, I was going to say, okay. Thank you, judges. How are we going there? We're nearly there. Print scores, 84, which is a solid semi-finalist there. Can I may get a comment there, please? Okay, no, Craig, come on, Craig, in there quickly.
Yeah, look, very, very pastel feel. I love the green and the offset of the magenta. I think that really plays really well in the pastel colors that follow through. It's beautiful.
Great.
Very watercolor-like.
Thanks, Craig. So we're actually going to make Craig now and not Mika, so he's going to join the panel there. We'll go to our next print, please, there, print handlers. Thank you. Can I? Oh. Ash? Yes, yeah. Oh, no. So, Craig, you're on your device now, eh?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. Thank you, judges. Okay, right here, mate. Very good place to start.
Yeah,
Are you in there, Emily? Have you gone through? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Yep, Craig's just signing in. He's just nearly there. He's in. Print scores 78, which is a highly commended print there. Fru, you were right there at 78. Could I get a comment about what might have lifted this just a little further for your liking?
The image is very well designed, and there is a painterly feeling about the color palette of the image. Perhaps the reflection of the elements in the water is not quite right, and I think that some of the people elements, the head is, in terms of perspective, is a bit bigger than the rest. You're paying attention to the details.
Thanks, Farouk. Thank you. So we'll accept that and we'll go on to the next print, please. If you're listening on live stream, we're at PSC in room 3 here in South Melbourne in the creative category, sponsored by Wacom. We're back again tomorrow doing all this. Much deliberation and prints being handled and flipped and turned and scored and critiqued. Nearly there, judges. Are we there? Are you all in, Craig, Emily and Jackie? We all got you? Yep. Okay, just sorry. We're just waiting on the system to catch up. We have 90 straight off the bat. How about that? That's straight off the bat there. Finalist. I think we should have a little chat about this because we've still got quite a range of scores here. We have, how about what I do is we'll make this a automatic challenge because we have a wide range of scores on this. So that means everybody's going to get to talk once about it, okay? I'm going to start with Faru because Faru was at 97. She's right up there, okay? No, you were, oh, sorry? You were at 92, sorry, I beg your pardon. I'm reading the scores back to front here. Craig, we're going to start with Craig because he was at 97. He's going to lead the charge. Craig, please.
The visual narrative here, it has it in spades. No pun intended with the deck of cards. We're all puppets in this game that we live in, hence quite literal named the game of life. But what I really enjoy here is this transition of the cool and the warm. There's we've got the cool, the Cold War, and yet we've got the warm side of where we would like to see ourselves, but it's this battle and that puppetry, and that's where we're pawns. So that's where I really rewarded this very creative narrative to this photograph. Now, also, the print quality is fantastic. The lighting, everything is there. So that's why I scored it a 97. So I really encourage you guys to really relook at this, think about the actual narrative and the concept of this conceptual piece of photography.
Okay, Craig, can you pass the microphone to Julie Ewing, please? Julie was in 92, so, no.
And perhaps I was a little stingy. It's an extremely provocative piece, and the coolness going with the money doesn't necessarily mean that man lives a happy life. And then you have the peasant on the other side with his broken cup of water and bread, and yet the sun's shining on him, with the war in between. There is such an incredible narrative in this picture, and just my mind boggles how someone thought up this idea. It's brilliantly captured, brilliantly put together, printed, perhaps just a little bit darker on the lower right corner, but it is beautiful, and yep, I'll move myself up.
Jackie Dean, please.
I was a little confused by all the elements, and the water's coming out of the glass, but you can't actually see it coming out of the glass. It's sort of broken to that point there. I know that it's just minor things, but and the knife and the random things didn't gel for me. But look, I think it's very clever. I can see the concept there, and the little bit of earth right in the middle there that's come off the board.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Great. Would you pass it across to Fru there, please, Jackie? Because Fru's seen it as a 92.
Come with me, Greg. I really want to come up. Okay, the story I think, is a strong point of the image because it's talking about the power of money, gambling, making war against our farmer. And that's because of that we have a crack on a glass, and the water is just they're getting the water, they're getting their food, they're getting the everything. This is not equal war between the farmers and the people with power. Because of that, I gave it 92. And Craig, that's the point I want you to convince me. There are so many elements in front which is big and distracting. And that's the thing hold me back. But I want to come up.
Okay. Last to comment at the moment. Emily, I want to hear yours on this because
I'm glad we get to sit with it for a minute and have a bit more of a discussion about it, because when I first looked at it, and I admit I was stingy too, when I looked at it at first, I thought it was a story of life going from one side to the other and starting with something and ending with nothing. And I believe that it's three different elements, like what Faru was just saying. So yeah, I'm definitely coming up. I admit that I was a little stingy on that.
Great. Okay, so being an automatic challenge, all the judges have spoken once, I think you've covered it off great. So wiping all scores, everybody may rescore this print, please. So currently it was at 90, so it's already right there in the finalists, but how far you choose to promote that is upon our panellists. $95. Congratulations. Big print. Really valuable talk because we've got all those insights. We've got a little time to sit with it. We'll change prints while we're out there because we can all just take a breath while we're there and let the adrenaline just try and calm a little bit. We're going to refocus. We're going to keep powering on because we've spent some time there. We've got to keep moving here. Thank you for your energy.
Thank you for your energy. Thank you, print handlers.
Yeah. They're doing a great job, aren't they? Okay, and we'll go to the next print. Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges.
Yes, boss.
Thank you.
Yes, boss.
Jackie, you're in there? Yep. Waiting for it to populate. Yep, we've just got you there now. Thank you. Print scores 80, which is right there at semi-finalists. We're going to accept that? Yeah, we'll accept that score. Congratulations there. Jackie, you're at, just hold the print there though, because I'm going to get a quick comment. Jackie, you're at 81. Can I just get a little comment from you, please?
Okay. To the photographer, just take that top left-hand corner right into the corner. It's just missing off a couple of pixels, but it makes all the difference.
A couple of pixels for a couple of points, perhaps? Yes, right. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, print handlers. We'll go to our next print there. Of course, Jackie would have to get her fellow panellists to agree with her to that entente. So are you locked out? Are you out at the moment?
No, well, I haven't judged yet. I've got the score, but not the picture.
Yeah, I think it'll still accept even if you don't have the picture because yep. Because sometimes that's when they rotate the phone, it sort of disappears, but it's still current on the current image. Yep. Thank you, Jackie. Amazing. 76, so that's a highly commended print there. I'm just going to set a seat. Can I go to Craig? Have you got a little comment on this for me? No? Anybody else there on the panel there? Oh, Emily, go on. You're waving your hand. That's good enough for me.
I'll go for it. Look, I would commend the photographer on the visual impact of this image. I feel that it might just be a little bit muddy on the paper choice that we've chosen here, but yeah, definitely a very unique image.
Thank you. Thanks, Emily. Right now, we'll accept that score and we will move to the next print. Thank you. If it feels like I'm pushing you, it is because I am, because we're going to go. Do you need a swap there? Jacinta, would you mind, actually what we'll do here, we'll take the opportunity there for you. You may have a break, thank you. I'll invite Jacinta back to the panel, thank you. No, we'll take her off. Jacinta's going to come back and join us. So our panel now, Jacinta Dalban, Julie Ewing, Jackie Dean, Emily Black and Craig Wetchen. Thank you, judges. I've got, you're in, Jacinta? Okay. Jackie? Okay, we're just getting the last of it there. Print score's 89. 89, it's right on the cusp, right there. You can see a couple of judges, so close and yet not quite far enough there. I think though, in terms of this, the message on this, I'm going to apply a automatic challenge or a judge's challenge. So I'm going to get you to allow you to speak once on this because it's quite heavily laced with some narrative here that I think we can unpack. Yeah. So Craig.
I scored at 93. Kind of almost wanted to feel like I wanted to even go higher. Basically from the forethought that this photographer is really thinking about how nature will always find a way to overcome us, but we're the ones that actually go around destroying what Mother Nature has provided us. So this cacophony of rubbish and litter, we all see it around the world. We walk through the forest. So that's where this photographer has presented this cacophony of rubbish in and amongst the forest. So that's why I rewarded it at 93, and I really highly recommend you guys come higher.
Julie Ewing, can I hear your thoughts, please?
I gave it 88.
What have you got there, Naomi, for Julie?
88.
No, score-wise. 87?
87, oh God. An absolutely brilliant essay on what we are doing. You have the stunning forest, and then the floor is a complete mess of all our litter. So it's beautifully executed, beautifully printed. The tonal range is superb. So again, was I stingy? Maybe.
Well, let's have a chat with Jacinta. Let's see Jacinta's her take.
Yeah, I gave this 88, and I can appreciate and see everything Craig is saying, and I do agree I'm probably a little bit too stingy, as we say. To me, it's like the pieces of the puzzle, and it is overpowering that, the rubbish that's overpowering our beauty of nature is taking over. That's why we've got more images of rubbish actually than we do of the nature, and it's still got so much beauty in the image, even though we're dealing with, the power of everybody actually destroying the beauty of our nature.
Jackie, you're pondering heavily there. I can sort of see that. Sorry. Have you got anything to add to this debate?
Well, in a way, I don't think it needs the forest behind. I think even if it was a collage of all the litter, I think it would be very strong.
Right.
So,
Emily Black, please.
I love that no one has said what I'm about to say. That's a man-made forest. And that's a patchwork of all the stuff that gets left by us. It's all man-made. And I was stingy on 92.
Great. So considering you've all been stingy and considering this was an automatic challenge, and Craig was trying to get back in there, but I think we've had enough of a chat here. So this way then, by Craig not getting to have a chat, he also gets a chance to now adjust his score should he wish. So we've reset the scores there. Let's try 95. Big score, big print. Thank you, panel handlers. Thank you for unpacking that for us, because there's a lot in that. It takes just one of the insight for sometimes one of our 5 panelists there to sort of just open that Pandora's box and up it comes kind of business, So thank you very much. So let's have next print, please. Take a breath. I need your refocused, recentered. That dead air on our live stream as our judges just, you can almost smell them thinking so hard, it's really burning here. Our scores are coming in. Just yours, Jackie. Print scores 86. So that is a solid semi-finalist. But take a breath, because Jacinta is at 91. So we're going to start there, Jacinta, and please, your elective challenge.
Yeah, this is exceptional storytelling. I don't actually know what the story is, but it is impacting me. There's obviously blood on our hands here, and we're talking about culture. But beyond storytelling, everything is done with exquisite technique. The printing, our lighting, our composition is exquisite. I couldn't fault it in any way, and I thought, just because I didn't know the story doesn't mean I couldn't go up into a finalist.
Okay.
So that's why I've put it in a finalist, because I think we need to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Craig, I'm coming to you. Craig, your score at 78 currently?
Yeah, look, I see where you're coming from. I just struggle with the construction of the elements. I felt a little bit of a disconnect between the bottom half and the top half. Look, I do see it, but yeah, I mean, you spoke about cultural, I get that, but yeah, I'm just finding that disconnect,
Okay.
and yeah.
Craig, let's give it to Emily, because Emily, you were there at 89, so right there at that cusp score.
Yeah, I'm really close, and I think the things that held me back from going into finalist was a little bit of stiffness in the hands and things like that. Some of the elements in there were not quite as organic for me as I felt they should be, and I know that maybe it's not about being tender, but there was a stiffness to it that just felt quite contrived. But I definitely get that there's a story there that I don't know, but it is strong. I'm with you on that.
Okay. So let's go to Julie Ewing, because Julie was also at high semi-finalist there at 88.
And Emily just said exactly the words.
Okay.
For me, it's the head and the hands are just a bit static, and there's just something contrived, which is a great storyline, but it just isn't quite.
Well, Jacinta may be able to help you out with that.
I think we need the stiffness because it's jarring. The message that this is trying to portray here, there is not meant to be any softness. It's meant to be stiff. It's meant to make you feel awkward. And I think that's why we have those head placements and those hands, to make you feel like that. To address Craig's comment with the top of the image to the bottom, I think it still blends together well, 'cause as I said, it's got blood on our hands. So we've got one of our subjects at the bottom has the blood on their hands, and then it's still connecting within the top, if that makes sense.
Okay, so let's lock in Jacinta's score at 91, and our other four judges may rescore. We're currently at 86. So can you please round to 91? Yes. Thanks, Jacinta. Print scores, 90, silver award. Finalist award. That'll come out of me one day,
Old habits die hard.
Oh, mate, you're telling me, Craig. Okay, we're going to go to our next print, please. Is that okay? Okay, and then you're up very soon. You're good there, Emily? Print scores 75. So that's, right there at the commended. I'm going to, let's see, Jacinda, yeah, congratulations. Can I get a comment on this? Because you're at 76. What might have just lifted this a few more marks, perhaps?
Yeah, beautiful tones. I think in order to lift it a little bit more into the award range it's a little bit too soft and there was nowhere for our eye to rest.
Right, great.
Okay.
Thank you, Jacinda. Thank you, print handlers. The announced score was 75. Yep, thank you. Really quick comment. Yep, very quick, Jackie.
Yeah, this would be much stronger if the trees weren't duplicated. I think, you know, what you're seeing will probably be stronger.
Right, thanks, Jackie. Thank you, print handlers. We'll go to our next print, please. Thank you, judges. You in, Jackie? You good? Okay. Great. Thank you. By majority, this print scores 90. Finalists straight away. Super stuff. I'm going to accept that score because 90 is quite there. We had 3 in the 90s there. Jackie, you were right there at 91. Is there anything there you might have?
Was that the highest score?
Sorry, Julie was. 92 and 94.
Okay.
So across there, but I'm coming
Okay.
to you because it was at 90. You're at 91. 91.
Yeah, look, it's exquisite and so well crafted. There's a little bit of net above her neck. I think that could have just been tidied up and then just would have given that a sweet spot.
Given up.
Yeah.
But congratulations on a 90. Finalist of God. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to do a judge swap here, so just hold the print there for a minute. Steve Scalone, can I get you to rejoin? Julie, you've done a long stint there for us. Thank you very much for your service there. Have a break, and go and refresh, come back, because I'm sure we'll need your help again real soon. Thank you. So Steve Scalone's going to join us there. Okay, we'll bring Steve in. We'll go next print, please. So you're up there. Steve in his red, rocket red shoes. Fire engine red. Dance floor hot. Okay. So our panel now is Jacinta Dalban, Steve Scalone, Jackie Dean, Emily Black, and Craig Gwetchen. We're working our way through the creative category, sponsored by Wacom in room 3 here at PSC. Scores are coming in. For this creative category. Printer scored 85. Very solid semi-finalist, and I think most judges were within a mark or two. We had a couple that were a bit high there. I'm going to ask Emily, because you were there at 85. Can you mind if I ask you, do you have a comment, or can I get a comment? No, actually, I've got a nod there. Jacinta's ready to rock.
Yeah, this is simplicity at its finest. It's exquisite, handling in our whites and our darks and that motion through the bottom to the bottom third there with the black line. It's beautiful. I just think it was missing one element, just needed something else to lift it.
Yeah, there's a couple of nods there that come along. Thank you, panel print handlers. He'll go to the next print. We'll accept that score. Keep moving. And keep going. We've still got some time ahead of us yet. Depending whether you want to be here at how late you want to be. We can do this and then we can have a discussion perhaps. Yep. Emily, you through? Great. Quite even scoring there. 77. 77 was the score here, so that's highly commended. Well done. Thank you very much. Congratulations, and a clap there. Thanks very much. Can I get a quick comment from Steve, perhaps? Really quick there. 10 seconds.
The simplicity is really the strength of this image. Perhaps consider a more continuity in the background, saturation of the colour.
Right.
That would have elevated
Great.
it further.
Good on. No.
Can I just quickly say, straighten the lamp?
It's very succinct, Jackie. Thank you very much. We'll accept that score and go to the next print. Thank you. Print handlers. 77. What's that in bingo? I don't know. But anyway. Stairway to Heaven? Okay, there. Emily Blackoffice, Stairway to Heaven. Okay, and we're up and into it. Okay, we're nearly there. Yep, he's there. Print score is 86, which is a solid semi-finalist, but Craig Wetchen is at 94. So we need to have a little bit of a chat about this. Craig, you've got 2 in the high 80s and 2 in the lower 80s. Craig, please.
Hopefully I can help you guys think a little bit further. A lot of things running through my head. When I was a kid, you'd go to Disneyland and you'd get that shadowgraph made. But when you look at this photograph, I get that impression, but when you really look at it, you can see the human face, but I get this embryonic feel with this top part of this, and this embryonic form, and then it forms into the human, into human nature. So that's really a reward that just the absolute simplicity of utter creativity to present something so unique of this. So think about that narrative front.
Right. I'm going to go to Jacinta at 81, please.
Yeah. I'm glad you filled that gap, Craig, because I was trying to work out what body part is this on the side, because I could tell that it was part of a body that we've actually photographed here, but I just couldn't make out what it actually was. I appreciate everything. The print handling is gorgeous. The platine paper works beautifully. I love the expression on the face. Yes, but I'm still lifting. I'm on 81. I'll definitely come up. I've just got to work out how far.
I'm going to inject into here because in trying to keep this, embryonic is a word that Craig used there, but I think also too there is a cochlear human-esque sort of listening right there that's coming along there. So you can sort of see if you've got the face there on the right, perhaps the big horn there. Jackie's now inspired to add to the debate, so Jackie was at 87.
Okay. No, I saw this as half ram, half human. It looks like a ram's horn curling round. It's quite wonderful. I'm seeing the embryo in the top there now, which I think is really brilliant.
Okay.
I scored at 87. Happy to come.
Which is good. So go back to Craig, because Craig's got to write a reply there just to try and bring this home.
Yeah, look, we've said all the obvious stuff. I mean, let's go beyond the obvious. We got to go into the photographer's head, and we got to think about the exceptional visual communication. There's a bit of you could look at it, emotional impact, if it's very emotional. It's got originality in narrative, concept, interpretation, and subject matter. So I really think I scored at 94. And we're sitting at
86.
86. And we're talking, 6-7 points, maybe. You don't want the paper.
No. And I want my judges to rescore, please. So Craig's score of 94 is locked in. If you'd re-enter that, Craig. The 4 judges now. We've had a good talk. Does it translate to walk of moving the score? '91 finalists. Congratulations. Thank you, print handlers. Another breath. We've had some big moments this afternoon, haven't we, hey? Yes. We're going to keep the energy, refocus, recalibrate. Yeah. No, we're good, and let's go. Okay, we're up and at it. Thank you, judges. Print scores 79, which is right on the cusp there. That's really the highest of the highly commended. It will go for review shortly. Okay, Emily, you were right there at 78. Can I get what might have bumped that for you? Go on. Quick talk.
Ooh.
Yes. Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe not.
No, okay, it's all right. Steve, I'll give Steve Scalone a go there. He's ready to roll.
Yeah, the delicate nature of it is to be commended. Perhaps the muddiness takes away from that delicate nature.
Thanks, Steve. That's it. Emily nods in agreement, yes. And we'll accept that score and we'll go to the next print. It will come for review. So again, for those who don't know the process, those that sit right on the cusp score, those that sort of between becoming a higher award, will go for review at the end of the category. Yep, sure. Okay. Fru, are you okay with this? Can you step in just for Jacinta on this one, please? Just use her device there, that'd be great. Thank you. Great. How are we going there? No. Not just you, Craig. Go with your gut. So being the creative category, this is anything goes, as long as it was captured by the photographer, photographically. All the elements there. How are we going there? Print scores 88, high semi-finalist. We got a pained expression there from Emily Black. What did Emily score? Right, but we were so close there, weren't we? So that's that is how it sits currently at there. We're going to accept that score at 88, unfortunately. So, well, or fortunately, because it's nothing to sneeze at. I'm not sort of saying 88 is a solid score. I'd be pretty darn happy with an 88. Thank you, print handlers.
Make a comment?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Yes, we do.
Yeah, look, the visual narrative here is fantastic. I rewarded it a 92. As kids, we don't have those emotions, and we, in our heads, as we get older, we go back to our inner child, and we wish we didn't have those, and we get stroked with those. So that's kind of where I read that. So beautiful, beautiful narrative.
Thank you. Thank you, print handlers. Slowing down. System's grinding, slowing down. We're nearly there. We're all in, judges. Sorry, the system has slowed down a little bit, so while it's crunching, it may need a little caffeine boost or a bit of cake or something like that. Okay, we're just waiting on Craig and Jackie's scores to come through the system here. Okay, we have all the scores. Print scores 90. Finalists, straight off the bat. 3 of our judges right there in the 90s. Excellent piece. Who'd like to give me a comment on this from the panel there? Steve. Steve's pretty excited about this. At
Yes.
94, Steve was there, right?
I
So he's
scored
right
it
up
at
there.
94. I could be totally wrong with the narrative, but for me it really struck a wonderfully empowering but vulnerable chord where this is like the goddess of a mother-to-be in perhaps an IVF program or something like that. So to me, once I kind of saw that, then all of a sudden that vulnerability and the sadness within her face, yet the strength that's actually happening there as well, kind of, yeah, really hit a nerve.
Very cool, Steve. So once again, 90 finalists. Congratulations to the photographer. We accept that score. We'll go to the next print. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Yep, Craig's just gone in. Print scores 83, which is a semi-finalist. But Jackie Dean wants to have a chat because Jackie Ken, she's 9 points away from the average there. She's at 92. So get your words ready, judges, because here it comes.
Oh, look, the merry-go-round of life. Everybody seems very happy in this picture. And I enjoy the graphic nature and just the placement of all the little balls of people. Yeah, it reminds me of kids sort of on one of those, what do they call them? A maypole. And I see this sort of happy merry-go-round of, I imagine those lines being ribbons and leading out to the people, and they're all scrambling up to get to that bit of heaven. And yeah, a really beautiful picture and very well constructed. So,
Craig, you're at 73.
Yeah, look, I appreciate what you just said, and I couldn't grasp the narrative. I kept looking at it, I could have walked away, and I couldn't grasp it. And now you've kind of helped me out a little bit of that narrative, so you've put me on a different wavelength.
Steve, I'd like to hear from you because you were at 86, which is
Yeah, so I'm definitely on the way up there. I found this actually quite enjoyable and fun, and it was meant, well, to me, I took it as a very light-hearted interpretation of a whole bunch of figures or people together as a community moving up and around and through. Compositionally, it's extremely strong. And yeah, basically I wanted to commend the photographer just for the illustrative nature of it.
Jacinta, short and sharp.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to address is there's two subjects in the right-hand corner which are dancing, or I'm pretty sure they're dancing. They're replicated subject, and it doesn't look like they're actually climbing the rope. Like, if that's what they're meant to be doing, they're kind of going through the rope.
So Jackie's got a right of reply to address those points there. Jackie is at 92 with our score currently at 83.
It's certainly not reality, so it's an impression, and I have no problem. I mean, those little tiny people, it's just represents humanity and happy people. I mean, you know, look what's happening in Ukraine. This is just fabulous.
Okay, so Jackie's score of 92 remains locked in there. As I said, the current score, though, is 83. So Jackie, please re-enter your 92. And our other four judges, would you please rescore? Printer's moved up to 87. Solid semi-finalist. Good chat though. No, appreciate it. Going to do a judge swap here. Jackie Dean, you've been on for a good while there. Faru, would you please rejoin our panel? No. She should be, yes, she's not, you know, so yeah. Faru, thank you for, and next print, please. So our panel's now Jacinta, Steve, Faru, Emily and Craig. Great. Faru's coming in. So we'll swap her over to be, she's going to permanently rejoin the panel. It's all right, just leave her in there for a minute. So, you won't be able to access. You got yep, Naomi's just fixing that for you right now, Faru. Yeah. You good? Good. I hope you're great. Print scores 82, which is a semi-finalist. Craig wants to have a chat though, and Craig can. He's at 86. 88. So he's 6 marks up there. Craig.
First thing that comes to my mind, this is art. So, you know, photography can be so many different levels, impressionistic, interpretive, but to create a lily, to do some intentional camera movement, to have that painterly feel to it. The printing is just so delicate. This is something you're going to want on your wall large. And that's, I've rewarded a very high semi-finalist.
Yep.
82,
Okay.
yeah, but anyway.
So we're going to have a chat with Jacinta. Jacinta was at 75.
Yes. Where I struggle is I find there's so much beauty, but there's also so much darkness. I find that black is really jarring and it doesn't match the storytelling that we've got. We've got so much beauty. I think, you know, a lighter background would have suited it a lot more. And the repetition of the stem, and then you've got the magenta tone that's at the top of our flower, and then we're going down into some warmth. So the colour balance just is throwing a little bit off.
Craig, right of reply.
I think if you had a different tonality in the background, the pink flower and the orchid wouldn't stand out. And it really, it's just very powerful and poetic. And hence why I've scored it where I've scored it. So it really lets those colours just punch.
Craig's score of 88 remains locked in. Current score is 82. So Craig, please re-enter 88. Yep, you want to try again? Steve looks like he's in. You're in, Steve? Cool. Yep, Steve's there. 83. Bumped up a mark. Congratulations, semi-finalists. Thank you, print handlers. Next print, please. Our whiz print handlers getting us through the afternoon here of all this stellar imagery. Thank you very much, guys. Can I also put a shout out to our scribe who's driving the back end here, Naomi Ryder. She's doing a killer job back there too. Thank you, judges. Print scores 79. You can.
Okay.
You can.
Oh, cool.
Would you like to?
Absolutely.
So Steve's asking me whether he can challenge. Steve's at 84. Yes. Please, Steve, get stuck in there.
So the thing that had the most incredible impact immediately was that three-dimensionality of the print. That flower and the bloom really does feel like those petals are actually coming out towards you. Now, the reason I didn't even go higher was because the composition was slightly constrained in terms of the organic. Like if it perhaps had been displayed as spread out just that little bit more, it would have kind of alleviated that boxed in feel. I don't know whether that was the intention of the photographer or not, and that's why I'd love to talk about this further. But yeah, just the colour palette that's been used, but that wonderful print handling that's actually been demonstrated. It's
I'm
beautiful.
going to ask Jacinta to have a talk there because Jacinta was at 77, highly commended.
I'm close. Where I struggled, I think, a little bit, Steve, is the lighting of our main flower there. I do find very dark and very muddy. And I think the photographer, they've got a great subject to work with here. I think they just need to experiment a little bit more with their lighting.
Okay, Craig Wetchen was I believe, at 82. Is that right, Craig?
I'm at 82. I want you guys to really think, there's a couple of little cookies in here. There's a couple of birds in here, like honey feeders. So you got a bird here. There's a bird up here. So we're thinking about. Okay, there's a little bit of cleverness there.
Okay, and for those watching at home or playing along at home, Craig was pointing to the bottom left of the print. I'm going to add my just 10 cents worth here as well. I see it as like a hyacinth, like it's a hyacinth that's played colour, and I actually see all these other petals there, like goldfish swimming around a pond or something like that, an abstract fish, and so perhaps a retake on that for what that might be worth in your ruminations. So, Steve, your score of 84 is locked in. If you'd please re-enter that, and our other 4 judges, please rescore. Chrysanthemum. Yes. Right. Yeah. Oh. Botanist Jackie Dean, in the back of the room. You scored at 84. That's why you got to challenge off the score of 79. You did enough to get a talk there, mate. Now 82, semi-finalist. Congratulations to the photographer. A nice chat. Let's keep rolling and we'll take next print, please. You there, Craig? You're all good? Great. Let's see where we get here. Print scores 87, which is... now, I've got 2 hands up there, so hold your applause, though, for the moment. We've got 2 judges in gold here at the moment, so we're going to have a little chat. I'm going to let Emily do this, because she was at 93, and that way everybody else gets to have a chat and a revision there. So, Emily, you lead the charge.
Oh, look, this is such a well-articulated image. It's a story, it's art. We move through the image so effortlessly, and we could just look at this for days, and it would just keep us calm and through a movement of the images. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. I'm going to come across... I'll go to Jacinta and then Steve, because I think you've both got things to add to our discussion.
Yes, the story that I get from it and want from it is not showing. To me, it's like the story of life, and we're moving through the motions that we've finally got the bee and they're flying, but each branch is replicated exactly the same. So if those branches actually went along with the story, you would be up there within the goal, but they are exactly the same, meaning we're stagnant, but we've still got movement. So if we can, talk about that.
Yeah, just quickly, I do believe it is a very well constructed triptych within the one. And I am totally in coherence with that kind of it. Needed more of that thread through the three.
Well, Craig maybe saw something there, so he's going to add a...
Yeah, I see that the ladybird, because I think you said bee, but I'm going to say ladybird. Ladybird, let's be. Just, you know, that ladybird looking after nature and getting what it needs to do and then flying off. You know, the print quality, I award that print quality as well, and very, very well thought out and constructed.
Okay, so Emily's got to write a reply to try and bring it up to...
We've all had a ladybug on our hand or on an object or something like that. This ladybug, these three elements here, I don't think are meant to be a journey of life. This is a journey of a ladybug thinking that it's landed on something that is a flower and just moves through and realises it isn't. Yeah, it's just so well articulated and so beautifully handled. I can't fault the print, so it's got to come up.
In Emily's estimation. So she locks in at 93. You lock your score in at 93. Our other four judges may now rescore. Print now goes to 88. 88, solid, high semi-finalists. Congratulations. Thank you, print handlers. We'll go to next print. We'll do a judge swap while we're going here as well. Thank you, Jacinta. I'm going to invite Julie Ewing back to join the panel, please. Okay, Steve, Mika, can you step in on this print, please? Steve, just give Mika your device there and she'll... Steve's elected to step off on this print and Mika Boynton is going to step in. Thank you, judges. Haven't you? Right. You want to refresh there? You've refreshed too, Julie? Yeah. Is Julie in there, Naomi? Try again there, please, for me, Julie. Thank you. Alrighty then. Okay, we've got all the numbers, crunch the data. 77, so highly commended. Yes, Mika, you should. Mika's there as filling in for Steve. Mika is at 86, so she believes in a high semi-finalist here. Mika, please.
I do, because I think I understand what this is, and I think it's a really great example of seeing a reflection of a building in water. There's just enough sharpness there for you to go, okay, that's the key. It's not just sharp in one area. There are a couple of areas that have that sharpness. From a distance, it's really intriguing. The combination between the strong contrasting lines and the waviness of the reflection. Again, it's that visual confusion that I think works really well. So yeah, I'm as a semi-finalist and would love to hear some discussion.
We're going to talk to Fru.
Mika, I think, yes, you're right, it has such a visual impact and it has this confusion. The overall image, I think, is really soft. There is no focus point for me. I can't see it. And it has the feeling of like wood print or etching or like a drawing on it, but there are a couple of spots it just draws my eyes there and stuck there. Is there like a very heavy elements at the top right, which has lack of detail. It still have some detail, but it's too heavy, and it's compositionally it's imbalanced for me.
I'd like to go to Julie. I think, Julie, you're at 82, weren't you? Yeah, Julie was in the semi-finalist category.
Yeah,
range.
for all the reasons that Mika liked it, I enjoyed this as well. And yeah, just, I don't know, I keep thinking of some grim fairy tale or something. It's some sort of taking me back, you know, to fairy tales that were a little bit dark. But I find the whole graphic nature of it, because we have got white at the top with the black, and the way it all just ripples down, it's quite visually interesting, and I gave it a
82.
Good semi-finalist
So
point.
back to Mika. Mika, you right of reply.
Yeah, so thank you, Julie, for identifying those additional points, and Faree, thank you for giving me something to work with. I actually feel that it's really well balanced. I feel that dark area up in the top right balances the much larger white area top left, and the area that doesn't have any windows in it at the bottom left. I feel that it's really beautifully seen, expertly composed, and I'm still enjoying it, and I'm enjoying it more and more as I look at it. So, yeah.
So, Mika's score is of 86. If you'd please re-enter that, Mika, and our other four judges, please review your scores as you see fit. We're going to get to see this print again because it's going to go for review at 79. So that's good movement though. We get another chance. Thank you, Mika. Thank you for filling in there. Next print, please, print handlers. Okay. Jacinta, can I get you to hop in here for Farouk, please? Get excited. Okay. Jackie, can I get you to step back up for Craig, please? Do you want me to use my own? No, just use Craig's device there, please. So that's only attempt 2, yeah? Yep, you're right. Thank you, judges. You there, Julie? And a score too, to boot. I think we can agree this is a 93. Solid finalists. 4 of our judges straight off the bat there, all in the 90s. Yeah, excellent score, and all within a mark or so of that. We're going to accept that score because it's right up there on the finalists already, and it'll get another life. So let's keep going there. Print handlers, thank you. Oh yes, sorry. Yes, absolutely, bang on. Can I get a comment? Steve Scalone, please.
Yeah, so this kind of doily Mangala type feel started to bring in a different sense, and that was movement. So I was kind of listening, I started hearing this circus thing as they were dancing in clockwise and anti-clockwise. And then, of course, you see that wonderful little lone star, which kind of just brings it back down to reality as well.
So we're going to accept that score and we're going to go to the next print, please. Thank you, Super Sub Jackie Dean. Back in for Craig. Got a print coming. Thank you again to Wacom for sponsoring our creative category here. Make fantastic tablets, market leaders in tablets. Maybe Michael out there at KL might have a few if you wanted to take one for a test drive or something like that. The winner's going to take home a Cintiq 16-inch tablet. Thank you, judges. Bombs away, Craig.
No, I'm still trying to get into the one in.
All right.
I'm really locked out, so.
Okay. Take your time. Hurry up. Isn't that what they say? You're all right.
Just waiting for the gremlins to come down the wire.
Mm-hmm. Still no joy? All right.
Here we go.
Okay. Tauntingly close.
It's coming. There it is. It's in.
Okay.
Scores in.
Was it worth waiting for? The entrant's about to find out. Here it comes. Print scores 88. So high semi-finalist. Yes. I can see Mr. Scalone doing the math. You're all right. We can have a chat about this. Steve is at 94. You have another judge here in finalist range with you, and our other judges there in semi-finalist range. Please.
We can do this.
Great. Go team.
So initially the impact when this image was first seen to me was just, my breath was just taken away. The despair that has been shown with that kind of such a refined Caravaggio sort of painting aesthetic, that warmth where it shouldn't be warm but it actually works in terms of the despair. The thing that actually really, the element that really kind of tied it all in together was the tiny little tattoo of the raven skull on his arm, and then that actually just tied in together that the tension of the four, I'm going to call them ravens, but they could be crows. The tension of the four waiting, whether it's ominous or not, and then of course that flight of that bird. The looming cloud just above the figure really kind of weighs that character down.
Foreboding.
Even though we have this huge looming kind of cloud, that very thin separate cloud has just waited. Like, it feels like he or she cannot move. The character can't move. They're really in between a rock and a hard place.
Oh,
I know, right?
So, Faru, I'm going to come to Faru. Faru at 83.
Hello, Faru.
She's wondering what's going on there.
I scared.
Yes.
Definitely this image have a high level of communication. There's a strong narrative there, and you make it totally clear for me. I'm so in that place with you. But
I knew there was a
I don't want to be picky, I don't want to be like fussy, but there is a big error happen here, and I really want you to convince me in that part. Lighting. The lighting is a sunset lighting, and is coming from the back of the rod, from the right side of the image. So it should create a rim light around the body and a bit of the narrow light coming in the side of the body that we can see the tattoo. So when we have amount of great light in the whole body, in the whole top of the body, it makes there is another light coming through from, the front of the image. Is that just like the lighting is beautiful, but it's not quiet there?
I'm going to go to Craig Wetchen. Craig's at 92.
Understand and totally get where you're coming from. I see where Steve's going. It's a creative category, so we got to think conceptually. And the idea of here, the world is he's surrounded by rocks and it's caving in, and you've got this little bird, which is the annoyance of life. But yet there's clouds and the warmness. There is light at the end of the tunnel. So that's where I scored it a 92. So pretty close to you, Steve. So that's...
Let's go back to Julie. Would you like to add to that if you've got something to say?
I'm more with Farouk in that they're not ravens. They look like seagulls to me at the top. and two of them are sort of half cut off, which I kind of felt like I would have wiped them. So, yes, there's the two. He has a bit of blue in his nest, so I was thinking, is he a bowerbird? I was trying to work out the narrative there. And then the bird fluttering. I like the rock of the hard place. That's a good one. But, the whole story of it wasn't quite grasping me.
Okay, come back to Steve, because Steve's got his right of reply there to address those points.
Yeah, certainly. And absolutely, I do understand. But in cinema and cinematic kind of scenarios, motivational lighting isn't necessarily the physics of lighting, if that makes sense as well. So this, to me, I feel that this is living in more a painterly world. It doesn't always have to reflect reality, in my viewpoint. And I feel that the story and perhaps the narrative, like there is quite a bit of scarring that I think no one's addressed yet as well. I'm not too sure what that narrative is, but it intrigues me further to kind of be curious about whether this is like a mysterious story that needs to be kind of delved in deeper. But yes, completely understand your viewpoint. Sometimes physics doesn't always kind of work in imagery, anyway.
Okay, so Steve, you're going to re-enter 94 for me, and our other four panellists now may rescore. Julie, you gave it 84, and it scored, what did it score, Naomi? And it scored 88, so we're... Standing on your shoulders. $89. 89. So we have another review. Congratulations, high semi-finalist. Next print, please. Let's go. Let's go. They don't match, hang on. Okay. Yes. Judges, please have a seat. Please have a seat. Oh. Yeah. Oh. So that's what we should see. Do we have that image? Yes, please take that print. Thank you. We would say go to a blank screen, but you know. Okay. No? Okay, we're going to need a little help here. Just take a seat for a minute, or get up. Have a stretch there, judges, because I'm going to ask you to power in there. We're going to get... Yeah, okay. Give me a moment. Yep, no, we have a little techo glitch. Have a stretch. I was going to ask your energy across the line. Not really.
No.
Okay, we're just going to make sure we're getting there because it's obviously come up in the digital, but it's come up in the physical. Stretch. So you do some hip flexes or something like that. Yeah, go on. Run, go. I'll run. Yep. Real quick.
Do you have a bit of paper on that paper? I'll take it out to her. I skip this one. Yeah, I wonder if you skip and come back. Is it on yours? No, it's not. It's the same list.
We're just sort of getting it out.
So I'll get the number.
Great. Super.
And it should have come in at creative.
It doesn't have a name. It's just no, I don't. No. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to hold on.
Can we skip this one and just go to the next?
Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do, judges, no, come back. It wasn't go away, we should sort of stay in the room, yeah. Because we're going to keep rolling. Yep.
You lost control of us. So simple.
Mate, you watch me get it back. Sorry? No, I'm staying here, Doug. I'll get, in order to keep it... Mika, can I get you to step in for Emily for the moment then? Actually, we'll do a judge swap here, just in order to keep it going. Yep. Okay, so have a seat please, judges. And let's, we're going to, have you made the adjustments there in the back end there?
Yeah, I've got nothing up at the moment.
No, but you, as far as what we're going to do, we're getting that print checked. We're going to go for our next print. We're going to bring Mika in for Emily. Okay? So you're ready to roll? Mika, yes. Okay, next print, please. Okay, let's just check that we agree.
Yeah. Yeah, we good? Yep.
Yep, agreed. Deja vu. Actually, no. It's all right, Em. It's all good. All good. Sorry. Hang tight. I might be. Thank you, judges. Great. Okay, have we got Mika in?
Okay, hang on, Mika, where are you sitting? Sorry, in all of that now.
Yeah, in all of that chaos, we're getting you in.
So you were able to go past it, right? I skipped it, so just
Yep.
don't worry about it all.
No, kept rolling. Thanks, Amanda. Okay, that's all right. Print scores 83. which is semi-finalist. Congratulations there on that. Can I get a comment? Steve is at 83. So Steve, you were right there. What might have just elevated this perhaps?
Absolutely. So I do want to commend the colour palette and the vibrancy of the composition as well. Perhaps what could have elevated it even more is a single focal point, whether it be something that exists within the flower or something that utilises it, could have elevated it further.
Good stuff. Thank you, Steve. Okay, we accept that and we'll go to the next print, please. Just give me a tick. That's what I get on the system.
Oh, now I do.
Okay, good. We're good to go. No.
For the image.
Yep.
2 images.
Okay. Okay. You can wrestle it. You're in, Julie? Sure am. Yeah, it looks like you're in, but according to the body language of Mika and Craig. Print scores 75, right on that entry level to the highly commended. So well done to the, well done. Can I have a comment there, please? Who'd like to offer a comment? Go on, Steve. Yep. Good on you.
Definitely encourage the photographer to continue this sort of process, that solarized version. Definitely play around with different still life elements and really start playing around with the tonality values like the highlights and the shadows.
Thanks, Steve. Good one. Thank you, print handlers, and we'll have the next print, please. Great. You there, Faru? You okay? Refreshing, refreshing, refreshing. It's going to be so fresh the amount of times it's refreshed during the day. Fresh as a, what did we just look at? Tulips?
Just lost.
Kicked you out?
Is that okay if we change the Wi-Fi? Oh.
You might have to start at the hamburger menu.
Yeah, so let's have a look at this one. And again, the live comps, yep. Yep. And thinking about it. Yeah, some gremlins. You're okay there, Fruits coming along?
Yeah.
Just working our way through a little techo difficulties. You good there now, Faru?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. Print scores 68, so it hasn't quite achieved that mark there. But Marika, excuse me, I'm getting a little tongue-tied. Mika, would like to give us a comment.
What I appreciate about this image is the reveal, conceal, hiding, openness. That contrast works really nicely. What I feel is that the reflections that you see in front of the image, I think this might be a double exposure or a combination. I feel that isn't enhancing what's happening in the background. I feel that they're fighting each other.
Right, great, thanks. Thank you, and we'll go to the next print, please. Just on the comment, I saw a couple of other judges there nodding along in agreement, and so I think, technique has to enhance, not, conflict, unless that's part of your messaging intentionally. How are we going there? You're in there, Mika and Julie? Yep. Print scores 78, so highly commended there. Craig, you were right there on 78. What's your quick comment?
I think it could have completely done without the words on the subject matter and let us really interpret the narrative. When you read the words, it's jarring, I get that, but I think it detracted from the actual narrative that was being portrayed.
Right, thank you, Craig. Next print, please. All good there? Great. Our score is 78. 78 is our high. You can. Would you like to? Sure. Yeah, no. So Steve's at 83. So that's 5 off our announced score. His elective challenge. Go for it, Steve.
Yeah, I would like to encourage this up into the semi-finalist. One thing that really intrigued me about this is the impact that it had of the crispness of one flower and the actual subtle beauty of the movement for the rest of the composition. To me, this composition is rather balanced. I do like the low-key nature of this sort of element that actually does have that flow and movement.
Great. Furu at 73.
Yes, the image has visual impact, and I really enjoy the movement and motion capture, and create actually like a heart shape. But the repetition of the highlights in the heart shape, like 1, 2, 3, 4, is coming down. It's just grabbing my eyes and taking it away from the main subject. And I think that the more important thing I want to mention here is the choice of paper, which makes the color is a bit muddy.
Steve, we're going to come straight back, I think, there.
Yeah, absolutely. And for that reason, that's perhaps why I didn't go even higher, because of that sort of the darkness could have increased with that vividness. And that's the kind of advice I would give to the photographer. Those highlights do lead you down into that heart-shaped realm. So I do feel that they are kind of a deliberate part of the composition, which actually helps.
Okay, so Steve, your score of 83, can you re-enter that? And our other 4 judges, please rescore. Thank you, judges. Drum roll. 79. 79. So we bumped up a couple of marks and we get another little bite. Thank you. Next print, please. Next. Oh, that's the last one. So let's sit tight. Let's sit tight. Well done. Thank you, Wacom, for sponsoring. Thank you, print handlers. But we've got to do reviews yet. We have 7 reviews. Okay. So, yes, no. Okay. So we're going to do a yes, no. The way this works is that I'll let you know what it scored. And then I'm going to ask you whether you think it deserves to go up or stay where it is. Thanks, Farouk. Steve. Thank you. Julie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want a yeah, nah instead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, nah. Oh, yeah, nah. Yeah, yeah, nah. Oh, my goodness. Imagine that. So what are we doing again? So do you get those there, or do you? Okay. So then you, oh right, they're getting them in order?
We're doing the 74s first, then we'll do the 79s.
Okay, right. Okay. As soon as you're ready to rock, I'll take your first one. As soon as you're ready, that's all right? Yeah. No. Can I just have a look at that, what print you've got there? Yep. Okay, judges, so focus. We're going to ask, okay, so this print scored a 74, so should it come up into commended? It stays at, I'm going to preempt that, sorry. Yep, Craig, it's 74, thank you. 74, and we'll go to the next print, please. Got to be quick to have impact. The others are up, it's almost, didn't matter.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Gets up.
That's why I went home and
back. Oh yeah, mate. This print scored 74. Does it stay at 74? Do we raise it, or do we, sorry? So the question should be, do we raise to 75, or do we keep it at? We raised to 75, congratulations, highly commended, 75. Next print, please. We did go up, we went to 75. Okay, let's have a little look, just confirming here. This is this one right here. Yep. This image scored 79, highly commended. Does it go to 80? No, 79. Thank you. Next print, please. 79, that was.
Love your work, Steve.
Yep, this one right here. This print scored, hang on a tick until our print handler's out, 79. Highly commended. Does it stay? So are we raising it to 80? Yes, we raise it to 80. Semi-finalists, congratulations, 80.
Look at these print handlers.
They are flying. I can feel the heat coming off that back end there.
One's in, one's out, one's back in, one's out.
This print scored 79. Do we raise it to 80? Yes, we do. 80, semi-finalist. 80, thank you. Yep. 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 This print scored 79. Do we raise it to 80? Yes, we do raise it to 80. Semi-finalists, 80. Thank you. Take a moment. This print scored 89. Do we raise it to 90? Finalist. Yes, we do. We raise it to 90. Congratulations, 90 finalists. And that's it. That's it, folks. Well done. Now, please put your hands together. Thank you to our awesome print handlers. Please put your hands together for our print handlers. Thank you, judging panel, and also thank you, Superscribe, Naomi Wright.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that Canson Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper.